Chapter 423. Resource Hall. In the lounge, white mist rose and the fragrance of tea assailed their nostrils. Qin Feiyang and Yang Nanshan sat opposite each other, sipping tea while recounting their experiences over the past 7 months. After learning about the details of the Forgotten Land, Yang Nanshan was extremely surprised. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. There was always someone better in this world. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Qin Feiyang finally finished. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and asked, "How's Zhongjin's situation?" Yang Nanshan sighed. "He left." "Left?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I didn't see him when I came back, so I went to ask around. A few disciples told me that he carried Zhong Ren's corpse and left the sacred hall. I don't think he will return." Yang Nanshan sighed. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while before sneering. "If it were me, I would leave too. This is the way of survival. Let's not talk about this anymore. Go find Lu Yun. Remember, only say what you should say. Don't say what you shouldn't say," Yang Nanshan reminded. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded, got up and walked out of the resource hall. Soon, he arrived at Lu Yun's residence. But before he got close, he saw 6 figures standing outside the gate of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang stood beside a small tree by the roadside and looked over. Under the hazy moonlight, he could tell that they were Zhou Gao's group from their size and height. "What are they doing here?" Qin Feiyang frowned, but in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Without a doubt. The 6 of them were definitely here to complain. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he was about to walk over. At this moment, a conversation sounded. "It's already so late. Why isn't Elder Lu back yet? Did something happen to her? Why isn't she coming back today? Whether she comes back or not, we have to keep waiting. Qin Feiyang, that bastard. If he doesn't let us have an easy time, I won't let him have an easy time either. Even if Elder Lu doesn't punish him, I have a way to make him suffer worse than death." "That's right. Now, both the Dong family and the Lu family are absolutely irreconcilable with him. As long as we fan the flames, he could lose his life at any time." The 6 of them sneered. "You guys are really stubborn." But at this moment, a cold voice entered their ears. "Qin Feiyang." The 6 of them turned pale with fright. This voice was too familiar. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the 6 people. "Why are you here? Are you following us?" Jiao Jiao and the other man shouted angrily. "Following you?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered, "Don't take yourself too seriously. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is the sacred hall. If you dare to attack us, Elder Lu will not let you off even if you have outstanding talent." The 6 of them looked at him warily, their eyes filled with fear. "Isn't that simple?" Qin Feiyang smirked as the Battle Emperor's aura surged forward, imprisoning the 6 of them. Following that, he waved his hand and brought the 6 of them into the castle. What was this place? Could this be Qin Feiyang's mysterious hiding treasure? The 6 of them looked at everything in front of them in shock. "I wanted to kill you guys on the first day I entered the sacred hall, but due to the rules of the sacred hall, I have been holding back. If you guys had been obedient and got out of the sacred hall, you could have kept your lives. Unfortunately, you guys are too insensible." Qin Feiyang flicked his finger and 6 battle chi flew through the air. The 6 of them had a sudden change in expression as they hurriedly dodged. But the pressure that enveloped them firmly imprisoned them. They could only watch as the battle chi approached them bit by bit. Don't kill us. We'll get out of here right now," the 6 of them begged. But it was useless. The 6 battle chi entered their lower abdomens. Blood spurted out. Their screams were incomparably mournful. "Fatso, send them to see the King of Hell," Qin Feiyang said coldly before leaving the castle and appearing in front of the courtyard's entrance. He looked into the courtyard with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lu Yun had asked him to look for her at night, but why wasn't she around? And Wolf King, why wasn't he back yet? It was already so late. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal and sent a message to Wolf King. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. What's going on? He couldn't help but frown. About an hour later, Lu Yun finally returned. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Elder. Elder, why are you back so late?" Lu Yun smiled and said, "I was discussing something with the Grand Hall Master and the two Hall Masters." Qin Feiyang's heart stirred as he asked, "Is Elder She here too?" Lu Yun shook his head and said, "He's not here. We deliberately didn't call him. Do you want to know what we were discussing?" "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Let's talk inside." Lu Yun led Qin Feiyang into the courtyard and into the pavilion's living room. They sat opposite each other at the coffee table. Lu Yun smiled and said, "We were discussing the removal of Shi Ming as the law enforcement elder." "Oh." Qin Feiyang was alarmed as he hurriedly asked, "What was the outcome?" "The Grand Hall Master has already agreed." Lu Yun nodded and said mysteriously, "Do you know who the next law enforcement elder of the Martial Hall is?" "Who is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Yun smiled and said, "Your uncle Yang Nanshan." "Really?" Qin Feiyang was alarmed. "Of course it's true. Once the temple's great tournament ends, the Grand Hall Master will personally appoint him." "How is it? Are you satisfied with the surprise I gave you?" Lu Yun chuckled. "Surprise?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. On careful thought, when Lu Yun asked him to apologize to Shi Ming and the Dong family head, he did say that he would give him a surprise. However, he never expected that the surprise Lu Yun mentioned would be this. This news was indeed a pleasant surprise for him. One had to know. Although there was only a single word difference between a deacon elder and a law enforcement elder, their statuses were worlds apart. As long as Yang Nanshan became the law enforcement elder of the Holy Sanctum, he would be considered a powerful figure in the spiritual state. Lu Yun said, "Now tell me, where have you been for the past 7 months?" Qin Feiyang said, "I was training deep in the mountains outside the city." "Training?" Lu Yun frowned and said unhappily, "You encountered a perfect battle art during your training? Kid, you're very dishonest." "I was really training. However, during my training, I chanced upon a secret chamber at the bottom of a lake. The perfect battle art was found in the secret chamber. There was also a skeleton inside." Qin Feiyang said. "Secret chamber? Skeleton?" Lu Yun was alarmed and asked, "Where's the lake?" "I can't find it now. Perhaps I triggered some mechanism in the secret chamber, causing the secret chamber and lake to collapse." Qin Feiyang shook his head. A look of disappointment appeared in Lu Yun's eyes as she frowned. "Then why didn't you reply when we sent you a message?" "I was creating the illusion of death. On the one hand, I could hide in peace and improve my strength. On the other hand, I wanted the Dong family to lower their guard. Only then would I be able to obtain evidence more smoothly." Qin Feiyang laughed. "You bastard, I really don't know what to say about you." Lu Yun rolled her eyes at him. "Although the truth is out now, the Dong and Lu families will definitely not let this matter rest. There's also Shi Ming. Ruffian Wolf has taken his battle soul. He will probably target you in the future. You have to be careful." Lu Yun exhorted. "There's no need, right? I'm about to enter the inner sanctum. They can't possibly cause trouble there, right?" Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Lu Yun scoffed. "Kid, you are still too naive. Let me tell you, the situation in the inner sanctum is more complicated than outside." Qin Feiyang frowned and nodded. "I understand. I will definitely be careful." After chatting for a while, Qin Feiyang bade farewell and left. Originally, he wanted to give Lu Yun potential pills, and 9 tunes yellow dragon pills. However, on second thought, although Lu Yun's character wasn't bad and he had helped him many times, it wasn't to the point where he could be trusted. What if Lu Yun became greedy when he saw these pills? Although it was only his guess, he had to be wary of others. Therefore, he planned on observing and interacting with Lu Yun for a while before deciding whether to give him the pills. After returning to the Pill-Fire Hall, he exchanged pleasantries with Elder Di before returning to the alchemy chamber. About an hour later, Wolf King finally returned. Qin Feiyang asked, How was it? Did you find out? No. Wolf King shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. You can't blame me for this. After sending Old Monster Dong and the other two back, Old Dog Sha went to the Lu family again. I wanted to go in and see what he was talking about with the Lu family. But who would have thought that the person he was looking for was Old Monster Lu? I was afraid of being discovered, so I didn't go in. When Old Dog Sha returned to the sacred hall, I had been secretly monitoring him, but I didn't find anything. Wolf King said helplessly. No. It's not that we didn't find anything. At least now we know that Sha Ming is related to the Lu family's patriarch. Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King was stunned and puzzled. What does this mean? This means that Sha Ming's change is related to Old Monster Lu. It's even possible that Old Monster Lu is behind it. If this guess is true, then we have a chance to eliminate the Lu family as well. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Wolf King perked up. Then what should we do next? Continue the investigation, of course. But you're not good at gathering information. Let's go and see if Fatso has sorted it out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Wolf King into the castle. Fatso had to be the one to gather information. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, Fatso threw a Qiankuan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Qiankuan bag. 42 sets of herbs for the potential elixir. 35 sets of herbs for the potential elixir. 30 sets of herbs for the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. There will be more herbs for the Red Fire Glaze elixir. 85 sets. Fat Lord can't be bothered to sort out the rest. I'll tell you when you need it. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang nodded. But hearing this result, Wolf King was a little stunned. Qin Feiyang was right. The treasures of the 4 tribes combined were not comparable to a trading pavilion in White Fox City. Chapter 424. Putting away the Qiankuan bag, Qin Feiyang let Fatso and Wolf King go together to gather information. Letting Wolf King go with them was out of consideration for Fatso's safety. In case he was carelessly discovered, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to protect himself against Sha Ming and the Lu family. Fatso also made a solemn vow, guaranteeing the completion of the mission. After sending off the man and wolf, Qin Feiyang entered the pill refining room, continuing to refine pills. After daybreak, the temple's great gathering started once again. Early in the morning, there was a sea of people all around the arena. But by the time the competition started, everyone felt dull, without the usual excitement. That was not to say that today's battle was not intense. On the contrary, it was very interesting. It was just that yesterday's confrontation was too intense, and everyone had yet to recover from it. So today's battle seemed very ordinary in their eyes. Qin Feiyang also took a Qiankuan bag, opening a portal, and headed for the treasure pavilion. But when he appeared in the lounge, he did not look at Yin Yuanming. After waiting for a while, seeing that Yin Yuanming still had not appeared, Qin Feiyang walked out of the lounge. The 2 guards guarding the stairs sensed someone coming out of the manager's lounge, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. But when they turned around and shouted, they found that it was actually Qin Feiyang. The two's complexion changed, and hurriedly greeted Qin Feiyang with flattering smiles. Greetings to young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming, so we could have gone to welcome you? The two flattered. Qin Feiyang smiled, asking, where is Manager Yin? The manager is in the VIP lounge, receiving the people from the 4 great clans. Let's go call him. The 2 of them immediately ran to the VIP room. The 4 great clans. Qin Feiyang wrinkled his brows, his eyes flashing. Wait a moment. Young master, do you have any other orders? The 2 of them stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang asked, is it the Dong clan, the Lu clan, the Wang clan, and the Zheng clan? The 2 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang said, I happen to have time. Take me to the VIP room. The 2 of them looked at each other. It seemed like something was going to happen soon. The door to the VIP lounge was tightly shut. Yin Yuanming, don't beat around the bush. Tell us directly, what do we have to do to get rid of the ban on us? Qin Feiyang had just arrived at the door when he heard Patriarch Lu's angry roar. The two guards were about to knock on the door. Qin Feiyang stopped them and said in a low voice, "You guys go ahead." "All right." The two of them nodded, turned around, and left quietly. "You guys are so annoying. This old man already said that the one who wants to ban you is Qin Feiyang. If you want to find someone, go find him." Yin Yuanming's impatient voice was heard. "If Zhenbao Pavilion doesn't give the order, does Qin Feiyang have the ability to ban us?" "Yin Yuanming, have you ever thought that Zhenbao Pavilion is a trading place? Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to get involved in the personal grudge between us and Qin Feiyang?" Patriarch Lu said in a low voice. "Inappropriate? Fine, I want to ask you, who was the one who was showing off here yesterday? Do you think Zhenbao Pavilion will close down after leaving your Lu clan? I'll tell you now, there's no way you can get rid of the ban. I want to see how long your Lu clan's savings can last." Yin Yuanming sneered. "Yin Yuanming, don't go too far." Patriarch Lu's roar exploded in the VIP lounge. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Bang! At this moment, Qin Feiyang kicked the door open and strode in. Patriarch Lu and the others looked at him and their eyes turned cold. Apart from Yin Yuanming, there were 4 people in the VIP lounge. 3 familiar faces were Patriarch Lu, the Grand Elders of the Wang clan and the Zheng clan. The other unfamiliar face was an old man in a red robe. His hair and beard were red, and he looked like a ball of fire. He was the Grand Elder of the Dong clan. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong had lost their cultivation, and Steward Dong was dead. Therefore, he was the only one who could negotiate with Zhenbao Pavilion. Qin Feiyang closed the door, turned around and glanced at the 4 people. He said with a faint smile, "I'm just here to watch the show. Don't mind me. You can continue." While he was talking, Qin Feiyang walked toward the tea table. The Grand Elders of the Wang clan and the Zheng clan hurriedly stepped aside. Qin Feiyang sat down in front of the tea table. He grabbed a teacup and washed it clean. Then, he started to taste it leisurely. Patriarch Lu and the others stared at him gloomily. Especially the Grand Elder of the Dong clan. He clenched his old hands, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Yin Yuanming glanced back and forth between the 4 people and Qin Feiyang. There was a hint of playfulness on his old face. Qin Feiyang drank a few cups of tea. Seeing that nothing happened, he looked up at the 4 people and asked confusedly, "Why aren't you talking?" Patriarch Lu said gloomily, "Are you here to laugh at us?" "Laugh at us?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. He asked seriously, "Why should I laugh at you? What's there to laugh at? Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." The Grand Elder of the Dong clan couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped toward Qin Feiyang. "How dare you!" Yin Yuanming shouted coldly. His hand shot out like lightning and slapped the Dong family's Grand Elder across the face. A bright red palm print immediately appeared on his face. "How dare you slap me?" The Grand Elder of the Dong clan looked at Yin Yuanming in disbelief. A murderous aura surged from his body. "If you dare to hit me again in the Precious Treasure Pavilion, not to mention slapping you, I'll cripple you on the spot." Yin Yuanming sneered. "Cripple me? Do you have the strength to do so?" The Grand Elder of the Dong clan was furious. A terrifying pressure roared toward Yin Yuanming. So strong. Qin Feiyang was surprised. This old man was a 9-star combat emperor. If it was before, I wouldn't have the strength to do so. But now. Yin Yuanming smiled coldly. A pressure that was not inferior to the Grand Elder of the Dong clan surged out from his body. What? Patriarch Lu and the others were shocked. They knew that Yin Yuanming was a 5-star combat emperor. But how could he suddenly become a 9-star combat emperor? Suddenly, they remembered that Qin Feiyang's cultivation had skyrocketed yesterday. Could it be that Yin Yuanming's cultivation had something to do with Qin Feiyang? That's right. It must have something to do with Qin Feiyang. No wonder the Precious Treasure Pavilion would help Qin Feiyang like this. The Grand Elders of the Wang and Zheng families looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan cupped his hands and said, "Brother Qin, this is a matter between you and the Dong clan and the Lu clan. Why do you want to ban the Wang clan and the Zheng clan?" The Grand Elder of the Zheng clan said, Brother Qin, please be merciful and give us a way out. Why? I heard that you were very happy when you heard the news of my death. You even told the public that even if I didn't die outside, I would die in your hands. Since you want me to die so badly, I won't let you have an easy time. Qin Feiyang said lightly. The two of them trembled and bowed. Brother Qin, please give us another chance. Qin Feiyang ignored them. He took out a Chenkuan pouch and threw it to Yin Yuanming. 2 potential pills. 10 red fire glazed pills. 50 healing pills, bone replenishing pills, and regeneration pills. 1000 battle chi pills. They all have 2 elixir veins. Count them. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yin Yuanming's eyes lit up and he started to count the items in the Chenkuan pouch. At the same time, the Lu clan's patriarch and the other 3 grand elders were also shocked. This kid was really able to refine a top-grade pill with 2 pill veins. The grand elders of the Zheng clan and Wang clan were even more regretful. Brother Qin, please be merciful and give us another chance. Just this one time. If we continue to associate ourselves with the Lu clan, we will leave the city. The 2 grand elders bowed and begged. Qin Feiyang ignored them and sipped his tea silently. After a while, Yin Yuanming put away the Chenkuan pouch and nodded with a smile. The quantity is correct, but the price, 1 red fire glazed pill for 1 billion and 1 potential pill for 15 billion. The rest of the elixir veins are for you. Qin Feiyang said. He had already thought of the price. So expensive? The price of the red fire glazed pill is still within the range I can afford. But the potential pill, the last 2 elixir veins were only sold for 11 billion. If you ask for 15 billion, won't the treasure pavilion suffer a loss? Yin Yuanming frowned. Qin Feiyang said, the potential pill I gave you last time only had 1 elixir veins. Now it has 2, so the price is naturally different. What effect does the elixir veins have? Yin Yuanming was puzzled. The more elixir veins there are, the easier it is to open the gate of potential. Don't think I'm joking. The pain of opening the gate of potential is not something that anyone can bear. White-eyed Wolf almost couldn't bear it once. Qin Feiyang said. The memory of the first time the Wolf King opened the door of potential was still fresh in his mind. If he hadn't provoked Wolf King with words, he was afraid that Wolf King would have turned into a pile of bones by now. Yin Yuanming was still frowning, and said, how about this, after the auction, I'll pay you the gold coins. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, and said, then just give me the teleportation gate. In the Forgotten Land, the teleportation gate was almost used up. All right. Yin Yuanming nodded, turned around and opened the door, and said to the 2 guards at the stairs, go and ask Jay to prepare 300 teleportation gates, and send them to me immediately. Then, he closed the door, looked at the Lu family's 4 people, and said lightly, don't you want to lift the ban? Now that the main character is here, you can find him. Humph. The Lu family's patriarch and the Dong family's great elder snorted and left. They knew very well that Qin Feiyang would not change his mind. Begging him would only bring more humiliation. Brother Qin, can you think about it again? The great elder of the Wang and Zheng families did not leave, and looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Everyone's tolerance is limited. However, if you are willing to leave the state capital, I can get the treasure pavilion to remove the ban on your 2 families. Qin Feiyang said. Leave the state capital. The 2 of them trembled. Do you want to stay in the state capital and continue to struggle at death's door, or do you want to leave the state capital and live a comfortable life? Think about it yourself. Qin Feiyang said. The 2 of them were silent for a moment. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with desolation and helplessness. For the future of their family, they had no choice but to submit. In 3 days, my Wang family will leave the state capital. My Zheng family will also leave. I only hope that Brother Qin can keep his word. Chapter 425. They know what's good for them. After the 2 grand elders left, Yin Yuanming laughed. Those who know what's good for them will live longer than others. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Once the Zheng and Wang families left, only the Dong and Lu families were left. The Dong family was no longer a concern and wouldn't be able to survive for long. As for the Lu family, they were more difficult to deal with. But they were just difficult to deal with. Soon, Qin Deity sent over a portal. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer and opened the portal and left quickly. Yin Yuan Ming immediately prepared to auction the elixirs. Central City, in front of a huge mansion. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. This was the mansion of the mansion master. When the 4 guards at the door saw Qin Feiyang, they immediately greeted him with a smile. "Brother Qin, what wind blew you here today?" This was a famous person in the spiritual state. Most importantly, they all knew that Qin Feiyang and Ren Wushuang had a very good relationship. Therefore, the 4 guards didn't dare to be negligent at all. Qin Feiyang smiled politely and asked, "Is the mansion master here?" One of the guards said, "Yes, do you want me to take you there?" Qin Feiyang smiled, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Following behind the guard, Qin Feiyang entered the mansion and walked along a corridor towards the depths of the mansion. Along the way, he chatted with the guard. The mansion was very big. Half an hour later, the 2 of them arrived in front of a courtyard. In the courtyard, on the left was a vegetable garden that was dozens of meters wide. The green vegetables were exuding vitality. On the right was a pond that was about 100 feet wide. From time to time, a small fish would jump out of the water, sparkling. Beside the pond, there was a 2-story wooden building. This place was simple, plain, and quiet. At this moment, the mansion master was sitting beside the pond, holding a fishing rod and fishing leisurely. The guard cupped his hands and said, "Mansion master, Qin Feiyang requests an audience." The mansion master looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "Go in by yourself." Qin Feiyang pushed the door open and entered. The guard turned and left. Walking to the mansion master's side, Qin Feiyang looked at the float on the water and smiled. "Senior, you're really relaxed. You've caused so much trouble for me, how can I be relaxed?" The mansion master rolled his eyes. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was startled, and then he smiled embarrassedly. "Sit." The mansion master. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. But when he looked around, he didn't see any stools or chairs. He sat to the ground. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had indeed come here to inform the manor head of the situation in Butterfly Valley. But he didn't expect the mansion master to know. Why does Butterfly Valley exist? What's the Forgotten Land? Who is that woman? I won't tell you. But you have to remember, you can't tell anyone else about this. The mansion master said lightly. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. The mansion master asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes. Before Dong Qing challenged me, she said that if she lost, the Dong family would leave the city. Old ancestor Dong and patriarch Dong also agreed at that time. But now, they don't seem to have any intention of leaving." Qin Feiyang frowned. The mansion master said, "You deal with this matter yourself. Also, you have to think of a way to settle the marriage contract between Lu Xingchen and Shuang Er." Qin Feiyang was delighted. Since the mansion master said so, it meant that he wouldn't speak up for the Dong family. But the matter of the marriage contract puzzled Qin Feiyang. He said, "Senior, are you in such a hurry to cancel the marriage contract because of the Lu family's actions?" "Yes. Old monster Lu came to see me not long ago. He said that Lu Xingchen and Shuang Er are of marriageable age and hope to hold a wedding for them as soon as possible." The mansion master sighed. Qin Feiyang said in disgust, "Lu Xingchen's character is really not good. I can't let my sister marry him. I heard about his performance in the sacred temple yesterday. It was indeed very disappointing. Anyway, hurry up and deal with it. As long as the marriage contract is cancelled, I don't care how you torture them." The mansion master said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, got up, opened the portal, and returned to the second alchemy room. Originally, he was worried that the mansion master wouldn't allow him to deal with the Lu family. Unexpectedly, the mansion master was also very dissatisfied with the Lu family. This way, he could do it without any worries. Sitting in the lounge, after pondering for a moment, he took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. After waiting for a while, Fatso's shadow appeared. However, Fatso had changed his appearance. Qin Feiyang asked, "How's the investigation? How can it be so fast? Fatso rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, then now, I'll give you another task. What task? Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, the mansion master has ordered us to quickly cancel the marriage contract between Ren Wushuang and Lu Xingchen. Why is the old man suddenly in such a hurry? Fatso was a little stunned. It's because the Lu family is urging the marriage. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. Fatso suddenly said, so it's like this. What do you want Fat Lord to do? Qin Feiyang said, the first step is to ruin Lu Xingchen's image. Do everything possible to make him look bad. The key is to say that he's not worthy of Ren Wushuang. What about the second step? Fatso asked. When the time is up, I'll tell you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. All right, this kind of small matter is easy. Just wait for a good show. Fatso laughed and the shadow quickly dissipated. A good show? I don't have the time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He kept the image crystal and entered the castle to continue copying the battle symbol formula. He had already copied half of the 7th stroke. He estimated that he would be able to complete it in a month. When the time comes, he would be able to break through to the 4-star combat emperor realm. The 3rd day, the Zheng and Wang families migrated. Even the disciples of the 2 families in the sacred temple and the inner palace left the city. They had thought it through thoroughly. As long as one of them stayed in the city, it would be impossible to live in peace. The higher-ups of the sacred temple and the inner palace had also guessed the reason for the departure of the 2 families' disciples. But the disciples of the 2 families left voluntarily. They couldn't force them. On the same day, the Precious Treasure Pavilion also lifted the ban on the 2 families. The 4th day, the Precious Treasure Pavilion auctioned the Scarlet Fire-colored glass pill in the 4 major districts at the same time, causing a huge sensation. On the 5th day, the potential pill was auctioned. Countless people fought over it. The 6th day, a piece of news spread like wildfire in the city. The news said, Lu Xingchen was a wicked hypocrite. Not only was he sinister and cunning, his methods were also very vicious. He often plotted against others and beat up the servants of the Lu family. And he was very lecherous. To the extent that it made people's hair stand on end. The maids of the Lu family were basically all bullied by him. But because of Lu Xingchen's identity, whether it was the maids or the servants, they could only swallow their anger. Moreover, under Lu Xingchen's despotic power, these maids and servants still had to protect his good image in front of outsiders. There was even one time when a maid was pregnant with his child. Lu Xingchen was afraid that it would affect his future, so he cruelly killed the maid. That was a baby with 2 lives. This kind of sanctimonious scum who abandoned his wife was not worthy of a proud daughter of heaven like Ren Wushuang. When this news came out, it could be said to be a shocking thunder that set off a huge uproar in the city. Many people only now knew that Lu Xingchen was engaged to the granddaughter of the mansion lord. In the Lu family's meeting hall. Bastard. What a bastard. Who is the one who started this rumor? Patriarch Lu flew into a rage, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Although Lu Xingchen was proud and arrogant, until now, he had never even touched a woman's hand. Now, a baby with 2 lives. Who was so fucking wicked? Patriarch, now is not the time to be angry. You have to quickly clarify and not let this matter continue to fester. Steward Lu stood below, his face full of anger and worry. If this matter was not suppressed, not only would the world believe it, but even the mansion lord would believe it. By then, the mansion lord would probably not agree to the marriage between Lu Xingchen and Ren Wushuang. Yes. Quickly announce to the public that this is a rumor deliberately made up by someone. At the same time, send someone to investigate it. You must find the person who spread the rumor. I want to tear him into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Patriarch Lu roared. Yes. Steward Lu responded respectfully and immediately turned to leave. However, even if the Lu family clarified in time, they could not stop the rumor from spreading. As for the person who spread the rumor, the Lu family had no clue at all. The news spread more and more fiercely. Soon, it fell into the ears of Lu Xingchen and Ren Wushuang. Without a doubt, Lu Xingchen was furious to the extreme. He immediately sent a message to Patriarch Lu, telling him to find the person who spread the rumor no matter what. Ren Wuxuang was full of doubts. Who was the one who spread the rumor? Was it Qin Feiyang? But this cheap brother of hers didn't know about her engagement with Lu Xingchen. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. On the day of the temple's great gathering, the head of temples personally ordered that Shiming be removed from his position as Marshall Hall's law enforcement elder, and replaced by Yang Nanshan. Shiming was demoted to deacon elder, and sent to the inner hall to do odd jobs. Odd jobs included a lot of things. For example, receiving disciples who had just arrived in the inner hall, being in charge of the cleanliness of the inner hall, and running errands for the inner hall disciples. It could be said that this was a servant's errand. Of course, Shiming was unwilling to do such a thing. He went to the head of temples to reason, but the head of temples sent him away with a single sentence. If he did not want to do odd jobs, then leave the temple. When Shiming went to the inner hall, Wolf King and Fatso could not continue their investigation, so they focused on vilifying Lu Xingchen. Everyone in the Lu family only did one thing every day, and that was to go around to clarify the rumor. But even so, more and more people believed in it. Of course, there were also people who suspected that it could be an enemy of the Lu family, who wanted to harm the Lu family. But the Lu family had made too many enemies in the continent's capital, so no one could be sure of who it was. Time flew by. A month passed. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's arm paused. The seventh stroke of the battle character art suddenly shot out a dazzling ray of light. His aura also rose crazily. Finally, it stopped at 4-star combat emperor. When I finish the 8th and 9th strokes, I will be able to break through to 6-star combat emperor. I am only 3 levels away from battle master. Phew. Very soon. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, closed the 6-word divine formula, and turned to look at Lu Hong and the pangolin. 10 days ago, Lu Hong had finally recovered to 1-star combat king, and was now working hard to catch up with Fatso. But the pangolin's situation made him feel helpless. 8 months had already passed, and this guy still had not broken through to 5-star combat king. Chapter 426. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. After the virtual image appeared, Fatso immediately asked, "Boss, what's up? Come back first." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal and appeared in the lounge. Soon, Fatso and Wolf King both returned. Then they told him what had happened in the past month in detail. After listening, Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Well done. What's the second step?" Wolf King was a little impatient. "We'll talk about the second step in the inner hall." With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang sent Fatso and Wolf King to the castle and then walked out of the alchemy room. After leaving the alchemy room, he was about to go downstairs. Boom. But suddenly there was a low rumble behind him. He turned his head and saw that the stone door of alchemy room number 1, which had been tightly closed, was open. A white-clothed woman slowly walked out. This woman was about 1.75 meters tall. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was exquisite. However, her appearance was very ordinary. She was the kind of woman who wouldn't attract a second glance when walking in a crowd. In layman's terms, she had a common face. But she had walked out of alchemy room number 1. There was no doubt that she was the legendary Murong Jing. Seeing Qin Feiyang, Murong Jing was slightly taken aback. But she didn't show any emotion, nor did she say a word. After closing the stone door of the alchemy room, she walked past Qin Feiyang. Calm as still water, unperturbed by waves. She really lives up to her name. Qin Feiyang muttered. The two went downstairs one after the other and left the Pill-Fire Palace. Gradually, Qin Feiyang was surprised to find that Murong Jing was actually going in the same direction as him. Murong Jing seemed to have noticed this too. She stopped. When Qin Feiyang reached her side, she lifted her foot again and walked side by side with Qin Feiyang. After walking for a while, Murong Jing suddenly asked, "Why didn't you snatch alchemy room 1? Her voice was like an orchid in an empty valley, making people involuntarily let down their guard. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Alchemy Room 2 is enough. Murong Jing pondered for a moment and said, "Are you also going to find Elder Lu?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. After that, the two of them didn't say a word until they reached Lu Yun's residence. He could see it now. This woman was a bit of a loner and was not good at communicating with others. Lu Yun sat alone in the pavilion with his brows furrowed as though he was thinking about something. Hearing the footsteps, she turned her head to look. When she saw Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing walking over side by side, she couldn't help but be surprised. When did these two little fellows get together? She muttered to herself. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing cupped their hands. Lu Yun smiled and said, "Come in." Qin Feiyang pushed open the courtyard's door and let Murong Jing in before he walked in and closed the door. Following that, the two of them walked into the pavilion. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Lu's expression and asked in puzzlement, "Elder Lu, why are you frowning? Are you troubled by something? I won't hide it from you. Jiao Jiao and He Shan have been missing for a month. I wonder where they have gone." Lu Yun sighed deeply and frowned again. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Murong Jing from the corner of his eye. He saw that Murong Jing didn't show any emotion when she heard the news. Suddenly, Lu Yun looked at Qin Feiyang with a glint in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched as he said, "Elder Lu, don't let your thoughts run wild." Lu Yun said meaningfully, "You know what I'm thinking? I admit that I have a personal grudge with them, but I wouldn't go so far as to kill them." Qin Feiyang said without batting an eyelid. Lu Yun said, "I didn't say that you killed them. Isn't this equivalent to admitting it?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said helplessly, "All right, whatever you say. Anyway, I'm often the scapegoat, so I don't mind taking one more." Lu Yun rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Why are the two of you looking for me?" "I'm preparing to head to the inner hall." Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing spoke at the same time. The three of them were stunned. After Lu Yun snapped back to his senses, he looked at Murong Jing in surprise and said, "You have also broken through to the War Emperor realm?" "I broke through the day before yesterday." Murong Jing nodded. When Lu Yun heard that, he became melancholic and said, "I didn't expect all of you to go to the inner hall so soon." Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Elder, as long as you say the word, I won't go to the inner hall." "Don't talk nonsense." Lu Yun glared at him. "I really don't want to let you go. But there's nothing I can do. Who asked the two of you to be so talented? If I don't let them go, the Hall Master will definitely come looking for trouble with me." She sighed deeply and asked, "When do you plan to go?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Anytime." "Me too." Murong Jing nodded as well. "All right, I'll send you there immediately. However, Qin Feiyang, I have a few words to say to you." "Murong Jing, leave us for a moment," Lu Yun said. Murong Jing turned around and took a step forward, instantly landing outside the courtyard. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Elder, what instructions do you have?" Murong Jing keeps a low profile. "I'm relieved that she's going to the inner hall, but I really can't be at ease with you. Remember what I'm telling you now. If you can endure it, do your best. Don't continue tormenting yourself. Now that you're outside, I have the ability to help you deal with the death of Jiao Jiao and company. But once you enter the inner hall, I won't be able to help you anymore. Do you understand?" Lu Yun frowned. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I hope you really understand. Work hard. I've told you before that the situation in the inner hall is very complicated. Be careful." After Lu Yun said that, he prepared to call Murong Jing over. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Wait. Is there anything else?" Lu Yun frowned. "Elder, please wait a moment." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously, opened a teleportation door, and quickly left. In less than a few hundred seconds, he appeared out of thin air. There was a palm-sized jade box in his hand. Qin Feiyang handed the jade box over and said with a smile, "Thank you for your care during this period of time, Elder." "What is it?" Lu Yun took the jade box suspiciously. When he opened it, his eyes immediately lit up. There were 6 pills lying quietly inside. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, before consuming these pills, ask Uncle Yang first. All right, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Lu Yun nodded and put it away. He looked at Murong Jing and said with a smile, come over quickly. After Murong Jing came over, Lu Yun opened a teleportation door and the three of them walked in one after another. In the next instant, they appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Below, the mountains were stacked and ancient trees towered into the sky. Among them, there were 4 huge peaks that were the tallest. They were more than 10,000 feet tall and were like 4 huge swords that pierced into the clouds. And at the peak of each mountain sat a pitch-black hall that emitted an ancient aura. At the edge of the square outside each hall, there was a 100-meter-tall stone tablet. They were all snow-white and were especially eye-catching. There were a few black words engraved on them. Pillfire Hall, Cultivation Hall, Resource Hall, Martial Arts Treasury. These words were vigorous and powerful, emitting a shocking aura. The 4 huge peaks and 4 halls were like 4 legs of a tripod, standing proudly among the mountains like kings. Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing looked at everything curiously. Lu Yun said with a smile, this is where you will live in the future. Murong Jing asked, Elder, are we still in the state capital? No. Lu Yun shook his head. Then what is this place? Murong Jing was puzzled. This was also a question Qin Feiyang wanted to ask. Nirvana Mountain Range. Lu Yun said. What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. How could he not know about the Nirvana Mountain Range? The Nirvana Mountain Range was adjacent to the Sea of Despair. Back when he left the Sea of Despair and entered the Nirvana Mountain Range, he was still wandering around the edge half a month later. Therefore, he had experienced the vastness and terror of the Nirvana Mountain Range. Ren Wushuang even said that this was the base camp of the beasts in the spiritual state. Even her grandfather did not dare to step in. He never expected that the inner hall would be in such a dangerous place. Don't worry. This is not the central area of the Nirvana Mountain Range. At most, it is the periphery. Moreover, there are no powerful beasts within 1,000 miles, so your life will not be in danger. But if you leave this area, you will lose your life at any time. You must remember this. Lu Yun reminded. The two nodded. Huh. At this moment, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He felt a cold gaze, and there was even a hint of murderous intent. Just as he looked down, a figure rose into the air and landed in front of the 3 of them. It was none other than Shi Ming. Isn't this Elder Shi? We haven't seen each other for half a month. How have you been? Lu Yun said with a smile. Thanks to you, I am doing very well now. Shi Ming said, gritting his teeth. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Lu Yun smiled mockingly and turned to Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing. I'm going back. Work hard. Take care, Elder. The 2 cupped their hands and sent him off. After Lu Yun left, Qin Feiyang looked up at Shi Ming and said with a smile, I feel bad for troubling you to pick us up, Elder. Shi Ming's face darkened as he sneered, the Nirvana Mountain Range is very dangerous. You better be careful. He did not hide the threat in his words. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Murong Jing said, Elder Shi, can you take us to the Pillfire Palace first? Don't you have eyes? Can't you see that the Pillfire Palace is there? Go by yourself. Get lost if you don't. Shi Ming shouted, and left with his sleeves folded. Murong Jing frowned but did not say anything. She flew straight to the Pillfire Palace. Continue being arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Qin Feiyang muttered, a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Whoosh. He turned into a streak of flowing light and landed on an uninhabited mountain peak. He called out the Wolf King and said, I've entered the inner hall. Shi Ming will definitely make some movements. You should quickly follow him. Remember, don't let anyone discover you. Chapter 427. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shi Ming's back and flew into the sky. He landed on the square of the Pillfire Palace like a bolt of lightning. The door of the Pillfire Palace was tightly shut. It was more than 100 feet tall and an ancient aura could be felt. Qin Feiyang, do you know what grade the alchemy fire in the inner palace is? Murong Jing stood in front of him. Her clothes were fluttering and her hair was dancing in the wind. Although she looked ordinary, the aura she exuded was very eye-catching. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. 4th grade. Murong Jing said. Her ethereal voice was emotionless. 4th grade. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The nether devil flame had to devour 3 types of 4th grade alchemy fire to reach the 5th grade. Alchemy fire above the 4th grade would be even rarer. If he snatched the alchemy fire here, he would still lack 2 types. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. If he really did that, he would offend the entire sacred palace. By then, he would have nowhere to go in the spiritual state. However, it was imperative to increase the grade of the nether devil flame. It seems like I have to find out more about it after dealing with the Lu and Dong families. Qin Feiyang mumbled. He wouldn't lay his hands on the alchemy fire in the inner palace unless he had no other choice. Rumble. At this moment, the door of the Pill Fire Palace suddenly opened. A middle-aged man walked out. His clothes were as white as snow and he was emitting an ethereal aura. He was the Pill Hall Master. Greetings, Hall Master. Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing bowed. The Pill Hall Master nodded. He glanced at the 2 of them and was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked, "You broke through again?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "I'm lucky. I just broke through not long ago." Lucky? The Pill Hall Master was shocked and speechless. He broke through from a 3-star combat emperor to a 4-star combat emperor in a month. Was this luck? This astonishing speed really left people speechless. Suddenly, he glanced behind Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing and frowned. "Where's Shiming? Why didn't he show you the way?" "Elder Shi is busy," Murong Jing said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Yes, Elder Shi is busy with official business. How can we let him lead the way?" The Pill Hall Master looked at their expressions and immediately understood what was going on. This old fellow really didn't know how to repent at all. "Let's go. I'll bring you in." The Pill Hall Master greeted and turned around to enter the Pill Fire Hall. Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong quickly followed him. Murong Jing said in a low voice, "Are you planning to rob the alchemy room?" "What about you?" Qin Feiyang asked. Murong Jing said, "I can tolerate other things, but not the alchemy room." The meaning of this sentence was very obvious. They had to snatch it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Although Murong Jing kept a low profile and didn't talk much, she was a strong woman. The Pill Fire Hall in the inner hall was the same as the Pill Fire Hall in the Sacred Hall. In the center was a patio. The alchemy room was built around a patio. But there was a difference. There were very few alchemy rooms here. There were only 100 of them. Because only alchemists with level 8 mental strength and above were qualified to enter the Pill Fire Hall. The Pill Hall Master explained as he brought the 2 of them to the bottom of the patio. The 2 of them looked up. There were 10 alchemy rooms on each floor. But no one was loitering outside. It was dead silent. Qin Feiyang asked, "Hall Master, how many people are here now?" 88 people. Including the 2 of you, it's exactly 90 people. The Pill Hall Master smiled. "So few." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Murong Jing said, "What about the cultivation hall?" The Pill Hall Master said, "Of course there are more people in the cultivation hall than the Pill Fire Hall. I think there are more than 1,000 people. Isn't the difference a little too big?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. As expected. Every alchemist was a rare animal. Murong Jing said, "Are all the inner hall disciples combat emperors?" The Pill Hall Master smiled. "Combat emperors are the basic requirement to enter the inner hall. However, some disciples have already entered Combat Master." Combat Master. Qin Feiyang's gaze flickered. It seemed like he wouldn't be bored in the inner hall in the future. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he asked, "When I was outside, I heard that there's a chance to enter the imperial capital after entering the inner hall. Is that true?" That was the question he was most concerned about. Murong Jing's calm expression had a slight change at this moment. The Pill Hall Master pondered for a moment and nodded, "That's right. There's a chance to enter the imperial capital. However, it's not that easy. We'll talk about the details later. Qin Feiyang didn't ask further. It was fine as long as he knew there was a chance. As for how difficult it was, he didn't think about it. Because he had to return to the imperial capital. He had no other choice. Even if it was extremely difficult, he had to face it. The Pill Hall Master asked, "Are there any other questions?" "Yes." Murong Jing nodded and said, "How are the alchemy rooms arranged?" The Pill Hall's Hall Master was slightly stunned. He looked at Murong Jing and a meaningful smile flashed past his eyes. "Same as outside. You can fight for the alchemy rooms with your own abilities. But remember, you can't kill anyone. I have something to deal with. If there's anything you don't understand, look for me in the resource hall." After the Pill Hall Master finished, he left the two of them there irresponsibly and turned around to leave. "Fight for it by myself," Qin Feiyang mumbled and his eyes flickered. At the same time, after Murong Jing sent the Pill Hall Master off, she turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang weirdly. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Murong Jing said, "The Hall Master said not to kill anyone. He should be talking about you." "Really?" Qin Feiyang pretended to be confused and smiled. "Actually, I'm very kind." "You're kind?" Murong Jing's face twitched. She shook her head and said, "I really can't tell." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "There's a newcomer. Everyone, come out and welcome them." At this moment, a loud voice was heard. Boom. Stone doors opened one after another. Then, figures walked out one after another. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked over, astonished. Why were they all women? There were more than 30 of them. Some were tall and some were short, some were fat and some were thin. "Greetings, senior sisters." Murong Jing bowed to greet them. However, no one answered. They were all looking at Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing curiously. However, Qin Feiyang caught a hint of mockery in their eyes. What was going on? They were all women. Where were the men? He was puzzled. At the same time, he was on his guard. Because the voice that said to welcome them was a man's voice. However, there wasn't a single male disciple. This meant that something was wrong. The welcome ceremony officially begins. "Everyone, don't stand on ceremony." The man's voice was heard again. It came from the 10th floor. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the stone doors of the other alchemy rooms opened at the same time. White figures dashed out from the alchemy rooms. They were all men. In their hands, they each held a wooden basin that was filled with water. They ran to the edge of the corridor and splashed the water in the wooden basin at Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing without saying a word. Splash! The water poured down like a waterfall. All of this seemed slow, but it all happened in an instant. If Qin Feiyang hadn't been on his guard, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. Whoosh! He grabbed Murong Jing's wrist and retreated like lightning. He entered the corridor behind him and escaped the fate of being drenched. They actually dodged it. Seeing this, the men and women above were a little stunned. Murong Jing was also in a daze. The Pillfire Palace was dead silent. Qin Feiyang let go of Murong Jing's wrist and glanced at the wet ground. His eyes flashed coldly. "This welcome ceremony is quite special," he muttered to himself. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad. Murong Jing finally came to her senses. Her expression didn't change at all. It was as if nothing had happened. The two walked into the courtyard again. However, as soon as they walked in, another waterfall poured down from the 10th floor. Caught off guard, the two of them were immediately drenched. "Ha ha!" The people above immediately roared with laughter. This time, it wasn't just Qin Feiyang who changed his face. Even Murong Jing's face was covered with frost. Glancing at the people from the 2nd to the 9th floor, the two's eyes swept directly to the 10th floor. At the railing of the corridor, there were 8 young men and women standing side by side. 4 men. 4 women. The 8 of them looked about 25 or 26 years old. They all looked dignified and had an outstanding temperament. But they looked arrogant. Like high and mighty kings, looking down at Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing. Their faces were also full of ridicule. The 4 men each held a wooden basin in their hands. It was obvious. They were the ones who splashed the water just now. I want to ask, is it interesting to do this? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 8 people with a cold glint in his eyes. Of course it's interesting. The corners of the 8 people's mouths lifted slightly, with a touch of playfulness. Murong Jing suddenly frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, don't you think there's something wrong with this water? Something's wrong? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Smelling it carefully, there was indeed something wrong. This water emitted a faint stench. How is it? Does it smell good? Let me tell you, this is all foot washing water. This is a meeting gift we specially prepared for you. Are you satisfied? Do you want a little more? Haha, the 4 men laughed heartily. The rest of the people were also convulsing with laughter. Foot washing water. Qin Feiyang's face instantly darkened. Murong Jing's expression wasn't much better. Originally, both of them thought that these people were just joking. But they didn't expect it to be foot washing water. You've gone too far, Murong Jing said coldly. The cold air around her was oppressive. On the 10th floor, a blue-haired youth glanced at the other disciples and said with a smile, she said we've gone too far. Do you think we've gone too far? Not at all. The rest of the people shouted. Ha ha, the blue-haired youth laughed loudly, lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Let me tell you, this is the rule. Every new disciple has to taste the foot washing water. In fact, it's a warning. No matter how great you are outside, as long as you come to the inner hall, you have to be obedient. Towards us, your senior brothers and sisters, you must be extremely respectful and listen to our words. And this is the way to survive in the inner hall. Do you understand? Chapter 428. Respectful? Obedient? Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed ridicule, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Seeing this, the blue-haired youth frowned and said indifferently, it seems that you are not convinced. Convinced, very convinced. But I would like to ask you, do you know who I am? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose, looking down on everyone present. Haha, aren't you Qin Feiyang? We have long heard of your rumors. Even Dong Qing was defeated by you. I have to say that you are indeed amazing. But Dong Qing is only an ordinary character in the inner palace. The blue-haired youth crossed his arms and spoke enthusiastically. However, Qin Feiyang suddenly interrupted him and said impatiently, just say what you want to say. The blue-haired youth's eyes flashed coldly, and said, don't you know that interrupting others is very impolite? Polite. Qin Feiyang found it funny. Who was it that splashed water on their feet? Who was it that was so arrogant as to spout nonsense? And now he actually said that he was impolite. As a person, one could not be too cheap. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, are you trying to say that I don't have the right to behave atrociously in the inner palace? At least you know your place. Everyone sneered. Yes, I know my place. But what about you guys? Do you know your place? Do you know what my rule of survival is? Qin Feiyang's gaze gradually turned cold. What? Do you still want to make a move? Let me tell you, one must adapt to the circumstances. Only those who adapt to the circumstances can live longer. Everyone's eyes were filled with ridicule. Threatening me? Qin Feiyang sneered, rose into the air, and floated on the 2nd floor. Clang. The red sword chi was like a volcanic eruption, with him as the center, rolling in all directions. How dare you? You still dare to make a move. There were 8 disciples on the 2nd floor, all of them were 1-star war emperor. The 8 of them flew into a rage. Streaks of battle chi emerged one after another, and the battle art was manifested. With astonishing momentum, the battle chi blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was surprised to find that they were all high-grade battle art. However, all of this was in vain. The red sword energy swept through the sky, crushing everything in its path. In an instant. Following a series of painful screams, the 8 of them all collapsed. There were bloody holes on their shoulders and thighs, and blood was spurting out like a fountain. Qin Feiyang's control was quite good. They were only heavily injured and did not take their lives. However, The moment he made his move, everyone was shocked. They had all heard of Qin Feiyang's deeds. However, as the saying goes, seeing is believing and hearing is false. Rumors were generally not credible. Only now did they truly realize how terrifying Qin Feiyang's strength was. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang then flew up to the 3rd floor. There were 10 disciples on the 3rd floor and they were all 1-star battle emperors. Like the 8 people on the 2nd floor, all of them had mastered high-grade battle art. However, Qin Feiyang's momentum was like a rainbow, and no one could compete with him. Miserable screams echoed in the courtyard and did not dissipate for a long time. There were also 10 disciples on the 4th floor. Moreover, they were all 2-star battle emperors. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger at them, and an invisible force spread out crazily. The first style of the origin returning art, landslide. The 10 of them immediately felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them. They instantly fell to the ground and their blood flowed like a river. When the 10 disciples on the 5th floor saw this, their eyes shone with a cold light. They did not wait for Qin Feiyang to fly up and they took the initiative to attack. However, this could not stop the furious Qin Feiyang at all. He went all the way to the 8th floor like a hot knife through butter. The strength of the 10 disciples on the 8th floor had increased by a few times. All of them were 4-star battle emperors, and their cultivation was comparable to Qin Feiyang's. Boom! Battle chi surged. 10 types of battle arts appeared, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Moreover, they were all high-grade battle arts. What's going on? Could it be that everyone in the inner palace has cultivated high-grade battle arts? Qin Feiyang frowned. 10 sword shadows appeared above his head. Following his thoughts, the sword shadows roared in the sky and crushed toward the 10 disciples. The 10 of them were blown away on the spot. Bang! 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 They were like meteorites, crashing into the wall behind them. All of them spat out blood and were greatly shocked. The sword shadows stopped in the void, and their shocking sharpness shocked the entire area. Qin Feiyang glanced at them, and then raised his head to look at the 10 disciples on the 9th floor. Those 10 disciples were also 4-star battle emperors. However, when they saw Qin Feiyang looking at them, they could not help but take a few steps back in fear. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain. He raised his head and looked at the 8 disciples with blue hair. "Tell me, what gives you the right to be so arrogant?" He waved his hand, and the 10 sword shadows that stopped in the void suddenly rose into the sky. The sword chi was like a raging wave, slashing toward the 8 disciples. Among them, 3 of the sword shadows were locked onto the blue-haired youth. Because this person was the most arrogant, Qin Feiyang naturally had to take extra care of him. However, facing the attack of the sword shadows, the 8 of them were not as flustered as the others. They looked very calm. It was as if they did not take them seriously at all. A red-haired youth walked out from the crowd. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was tall. His handsome face was stern, and his aura was unfathomable. "I would like to see how powerful you are." The red-haired youth's eyes were like lightning, and he raised both of his hands. A ray of battle chi surged out and transformed into a giant mountain, exuding a vigorous aura, and crashed toward the 10 sword shadows. Boom! Clang! Along with a loud sound, the sword shadows kept collapsing. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. This person was actually a 7-star battle emperor, and he had mastered a superior battle art. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the 10 sword shadows were shattered. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Boom! The giant mountain's aura surged as it pressed down on Qin Feiyang. Murongjing frowned and said, "Qin Feiyang, the competition in the Pill Fire Hall is naturally about alchemy. There's no need to fight with them." However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. His anger had been completely ignited. It was impossible for it to end like this. Whoosh! A shocking wave of fire surged out of his body. The 9-leaf fire lotus was born. The temperature in the Pill Fire Hall instantly soared, as though it had become a huge furnace. "Is a 7-star battle emperor that great?" he muttered to himself with a sinister smile on his face. A fire lotus leaf fell and shot toward the red-haired youth at lightning speed. Innate power, destroy like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, explode. Qin Feiyang finished speaking. The fire lotus leaf suddenly exploded. A terrifying wave of flame suddenly roared in this place like a huge wave in the ocean. The red-haired youth and the others were instantly engulfed. In an instant, their flesh was torn open and blood splattered everywhere. He used this move to cripple Dongqing, who had broken through to the 6-star battle emperor. Facing the 8 great prodigies, not only is he not afraid, he wants to fight to the end. This guy is as crazy as the rumors say. I also heard that when he fought with Dongqing, he was a 3-star battle emperor. How long has it been since he broke through to the 4-star battle emperor? His cultivation speed is too shocking. I'm afraid the situation in the inner hall will change soon. The dozens of disciples on the floor below couldn't help but discuss. Qin Feiyang, congratulations, you have completely angered us. The blue-haired youth roared. The aura of the 8 people burst out at the same time, 3 5-star battle emperors, 3 6-star battle emperors, and 2 7-star battle emperors. The blue-haired youth was a 7-star battle emperor. Such a lineup was extremely terrifying. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid at all. So what if I angered you? A strong cold light shot out from his eyes. 2 fire lotus leaves whistled and exploded at the same time. Boom. The 3 5-star battle emperors fell to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The 3 6-star battle emperors weren't any better. What a powerful fighting soul. The red-haired youth and the blue-haired youth were also covered with cuts and bruises. Both of their pupils contracted. Although Qin Feiyang was only a 4-star battle emperor, his means were too shocking. The two of them looked at each other and their battle chi surged. 2 colossal beings soared into the air from behind them. Fighting souls? I won't give you a chance, Qin Feiyang mumbled. 4 fire lotus leaves left the ground and shot towards the two of them in the blink of an eye. 4 leaves. Don't explode. The two of them were immediately frightened. The 3 6-star battle emperors were scared out of their wits. Boom. Qin Feiyang's mind moved and the 4 fire lotus leaves exploded at the same time. 5 screams resounded in the air. The 5 of them were sent flying. The 3 6-star battle emperors immediately closed their eyes. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The blue-haired youth and the red-haired youth were lying on the ground, dying. Their bodies were covered with blood. They were completely defeated. The disciples below glared at them with their eyes wide open. It was unbelievable. Even the 7-star battle emperors were defeated without any resistance. This person was too strong. No. It wasn't Qin Feiyang who was strong. It was Qin Feiyang's fighting soul that was strong. 9-leaf fire lotus. 9 fire lotus leaves. It was equivalent to 9 ultimate killing moves. How could there be such a fighting soul in this world? Qin Feiyang stood proudly in the air and looked down at the crowd. The fire lotus above his head was emitting waves of fire. At this moment, he was like a fire god descending to the world. His domineering aura shook the souls of everyone present. Is this the reason why you are so arrogant? Now, all of you, go down and lick the water on the floor clean bit by bit, he said coldly. What? Everyone's expression changed. They wouldn't do such an act that hurt their pride even if they were beaten to death. In an instant, everyone fled in fear into the alchemy room. Bang! Bang! The stone door closed. In the blink of an eye, the huge Pillfire Palace fell into a dead silence. Only Qin Feiyang, Murong Jing, and the blue-haired youth were left. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide in the alchemy room? Naive. Qin Feiyang sneered. Swoosh. He took a step forward and landed in front of the blue-haired youth and the red-haired youth. Without a word, he grabbed the two of them and threw them down as if they were trash. Bang! Accompanied by 2 loud sounds, the two of them fell to the bottom of the courtyard. They spat out blood and their bones were about to fall apart. Next, Qin Feiyang threw the 3 6-star battle emperors and the 3 5-star battle emperors down. The huge impact woke the 6 of them up. Next, they were drowned by the intense pain and screamed in agony. Chapter 429. After I throw everyone out, if you haven't licked it, Don't blame me for being rude. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 8 people coldly, leaped into the air, landed on the 9th floor, walked to a stone door, and kicked it open. Inside was a man who looked about 25 or 26 years old. At this moment, his eyes were full of fear. Am I going to do it, or do you want to get down by yourself? Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The man stammered, his face was full of horror, and he could not say a word for a long time. It seems that I have to do it. There was a cold flash in Qin Feiyang's eyes and he strode into the alchemy room. No, no, no. I'll go down by myself. The man's eyes trembled and he hurriedly ran out of the alchemy room, flying to the bottom of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang shouted, I told you to get down. Didn't you hear me? Hearing this, the man was immediately furious and shouted, Don't go too far. So what if I bully you? Qin Feiyang sneered. If he did not have the strength to resist today, he did not know how he would be humiliated by these people. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, he would not show any mercy. It's best to have a bottom line when doing things. The man said gloomily. You even splashed the water to wash my feet. What right do you have to talk about a bottom line with me? Are you not going to get lost? Fine, I'll let you have a taste of living a life worse than death. Qin Feiyang's body shook. The red sword aura roared and the shocking sharpness swept across the sky. Seeing this, the man could not help but turn pale. I'll get lost. He quickly returned to the 9th floor and rolled down the stairs. The person just now, come out immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless, Qin Feiyang shouted. His voice was like a bell, spreading to every alchemy room. Everyone trembled physically and mentally. In their hearts, there was a deep sense of regret. If they had known that this person was so powerful, they would not have provoked him. You don't want to come out? Fine. Just you wait, I'll invite them one by one. Qin Feiyang walked in front of another stone door and kicked it open fiercely. Whoosh. He stepped into the alchemy room. Accompanied by a horrified scream, a woman was thrown out of the room. Following closely, Qin Feiyang went to the next alchemy room. Everyone that he invited was thrown out, full of hostility. For a moment, the Pillfire Hall's screams and cries for mercy rang out incessantly. Murong Jing stood at the bottom of the well, watching coldly. Bang! Bang! 100 breaths passed. Apart from the pill refining rooms number 1 and number 2 on the 10th floor, the rest of the people were thrown out. Qin Feiyang stood at the railing of the 2nd floor. He raised his head and looked at the stone doors of Alchemy Room 1 and Alchemy Room 2. He then lowered his head and looked at the crowd below. A total of 86 people gathered at the bottom of the patio, glaring at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said coldly, I don't want to repeat myself. Lick it now. Impossible. Only if you kill us. The red-haired and blue-haired youths roared, their eyes full of hatred. Is that so? Qin Feiyang leaped up and landed in front of the 2 of them. He kicked at their lower abdomens. The 2 of them screamed and were sent flying on the spot, falling to the ground. Next, Qin Feiyang walked out again. He stomped his foot. Battle chi gushed out from the sole of his foot. The red-haired youth's thigh was instantly crushed, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Are you going to lick it? Qin Feiyang looked down at him condescendingly. Are you dreaming? The red-haired youth roared. The excruciating pain distorted his face. I like to deal with stubborn people like you. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a crack, he stomped down again, crushing the other thigh of the red-haired youth. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Seeing this, everyone else's faces were pale. Some timid people were even scared out of their wits. They hurriedly lay on the ground and licked the water stains on the ground. Are you still stubborn? Qin Feiyang revealed a devilish smile. The red-haired youth roared hysterically. Just you wait, I will definitely kill you. Still stubborn? Qin Feiyang grinned. Clang. He took out a rib and immediately smashed down, breaking both arms of the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth wailed like a pig being slaughtered. What about now? Qin Feiyang asked. The red-haired youth screamed as he stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of hatred. Qin Feiyang was surprised. This guy was quite unyielding. However, it was easy to deal with such people. He grabbed the rib and looked at the red-haired youth while pacing around him. Suddenly, he stopped and his gaze swept to the red-haired youth's crotch. The red-haired youth's gaze trembled. What did this person want to do? This thing of yours, I guess it will only harm women. Now I will help you break it. In this way, you can cultivate without any desires in the future. You don't have to thank me. Who asked me to be a good person? Qin Feiyang revealed a smile on his face. However, in the eyes of the red-haired youth, it was as if he saw a devil smiling at him. At the same time, all the men present could not help but clamp their legs. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang raised the rib. The red-haired youth was finally scared and hurriedly said, "No, no, no, lick. I will, lick," Qin Feiyang shouted, "then hurry up, don't talk nonsense." The red-haired youth hurriedly put his hands on the ground, turned over and lay on the ground. However, when he saw the water stains on the ground, he really could not lick it. Especially when he thought that this was the water to wash feet, he could not do it. It seems that I really have to use my real strength. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He kicked the red-haired youth over, lifted the rib and smashed it at the red-haired youth's penis. "No, I will lick it right away." The red-haired youth was anxious. He hurriedly turned over and lay on the ground. Without any hesitation, he stuck out his tongue and licked the water stains on the ground. He looked like a puppy licking food. "That's a good boy." Qin Feiyang smiled brightly and turned to look at the blue-haired youth. The blue-haired youth's pupils shrank, and he immediately licked. Qin Feiyang looked at the others. Wherever he looked, the men immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. But those women were indifferent. They even looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively. It was as if they were saying, "Come on if you have the guts. If you get the reputation of bullying women, let's see who will lose face." Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said, "You really don't want to lick it? In your dreams. If you have the ability, come and touch us. Come on, we are right in front of you. Hurry up and do it." The group of women not only yelled crazily, but also raised their heads and puffed out their chests. They moved closer to Qin Feiyang as if they were saying, "What can you do to us?" Men were afraid of their penis being smashed, but women were not. Because they were not. Qin Feiyang glanced at those women who were getting closer and closer. His eyes flashed coldly. Whoosh. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, the Wolf King rushed over explosively and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. "Huh? What's going on?" Seeing the scene in front of him, Wolf King's eyes widened. Ruffian wolf. The group of women suddenly turned pale. It came to the inner palace too? The red-haired youth and the others could not help but feel cold all over. Wolf King's evil deeds had been spread throughout the inner palace. Everyone knew. He broke into the Lu family and peeked at Lu Tingting taking a bath. He tortured Wang Fei and Zhang Chuan. He was the head of the Dong family. Not only was he cruel, but he was also shameless. "Brother, am I that scary?" Wolf King was very unhappy. He sighed, "Sigh, I'm actually very kind. Really, I'm not lying to you." Kind? Everyone rolled their eyes and despised him from the bottom of their hearts. Something's wrong. Wolf King was about to say something, but a trace of suspicion suddenly appeared in his eyes. He carefully sniffed the smell in the air, then turned his head and sniffed Qin Feiyang's hair. Immediately, he pinched his nose and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why do you smell like this?" Qin Feiyang said, "This is foot washing water." "What?" Wolf King's expression changed, and he hurriedly rose into the air with a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and said, "You came at the right time. Let them all lie down and lick the foot washing water on the ground clean." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped and landed on the 10th floor. Looking at the stone doors of the first and second alchemy rooms, his eyes flashed. "Lick it clean?" Wolf King was stunned. Looking at the red-haired youth and the others lying on the ground, he immediately thought of a general idea. Boom! A terrifying, ferocious aura surged out, enveloping the entire place. "You little girls, don't think that you have the right to be presumptuous just because you're a woman. Let me tell you, Your tricks are useful on little Qin Zi, but they're useless on me. All of you lie down for me, or I'll strip you naked and make you run outside," Wolf King shouted. His entire body emitted a golden light, and in an instant, he transformed into a muscular wolf. His millstone-sized eyes flickered with an astonishing ferocious light. The group of women's faces turned pale. Without needing Wolf King to do anything, they all lay down one after another. "Woo-woo, I actually drank the foot-washing water. Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf are too much of a bully. I want to tell the hall master," some of the women immediately cried. They felt extremely wronged in their hearts. Even some of the men were shedding tears. "You asked for it. You poured the water yourself. Even if you're crying, you have to swallow it." Wolf King disdainfully turned into the size of a palm and flew up to the 10th floor. He chuckled and said, "What do you think? I'm awesome, right?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and glanced at the dozens of people. He generously gave Wolf King a thumbs up. Wolf King smiled proudly and asked, "What are you looking at?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm thinking, which alchemy room Lu Xingqian is in, and who's in the other alchemy room?" Wolf King said, "I know." "You know?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wolf King nodded and said, "Lu Xingqian is in alchemy room number 2, but he's not in there now. He's in Heavy Region Mountain." Heavy Region Mountain? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He had heard of this place before. Back then, when the Pill Hall Master asked Lu Xingqian to reflect on his mistakes, he went to Heavy Region Mountain. "We'll talk about it when we get there. I've heard some shocking news." Wolf King transmitted his voice. "What news?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Wolf King being able to use telepathy was not a small matter at all. "This Shi Ming is an imposter." Chapter 430. "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he asked, "Is it true?" Wolf King said, "It's absolutely true." Qin Feiyang said, "Who pretended to be him?" Wolf King said, "We don't know who pretended to be him yet, but Lu Xingqian respects him very much." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "So, Shi Ming really went to find Lu Xingqian?" "Yes, I have to admit that you're really smart." Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "It's just a result based on common sense." "You're proud of yourself." Wolf King rolled his eyes and said, "Lu Xingqian is now facing the wall in the Chongyu Mountain. It's more than 10 miles away from the 4 main peaks, but the Chongyu Mountain is quite a fun place." "Fun?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Chongyu Mountain is shrouded in a very strong pressure. As long as you enter the range of the Chongyu Mountain, you can't fly. And you can't use your battle chi. It's similar to the shackles on Yang Nanshan's feet and hands when he was in prison. Wolf King's eyes lit up. Pressure. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a place in the inner hall. Wolf King said in a low voice, "I've recorded their conversation. Do you want to take a look?" Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. This guy was quite smart. "Wait a minute," he said in a low voice. He continued to look at the number 1 alchemy room with an inexplicable light in his eyes. He had always thought that Lu Xingqian was the number 1 alchemist in the inner hall. But he didn't expect that there was another monster hidden. When he had the chance, he must meet this person. Whoosh. At this time, Murong Jing flew up and glanced at the 10 alchemy rooms. Her eyes flickered slightly. Qin Feiyang laughed. "You want to snatch the number 1 alchemy room? With you around, is there still a share for me?" Murong Jing said indifferently. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't intend to snatch alchemy room 1, I only want alchemy room 2. Because alchemy room number 2 belongs to Lu Xingqian." He added with a mocking look in his eyes. Murong Jing didn't understand at first, but when she heard Qin Feiyang's words, she suddenly understood. Subsequently, she looked at alchemy room 1, her eyes flickering. "In terms of alchemy, I'm not as good as Qin Feiyang, but I'm on par with Lu Xingqian. But Lu Xingqian is only in alchemy room 2. The person in alchemy room 1 should be even stronger. Furthermore, Qin Feiyang seems to want to use me to find out more about this man." After weighing the pros and cons, Murong Jing gave up on snatching alchemy room 1. She glanced at alchemy room 3, lowered her head to look at the red-haired young man and the others, and asked, "Who does alchemy room 3 belong to?" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment in his heart. He did want Murong Jing to find out more about this man, but Murong Jing also clearly saw through the clues. Although this woman was a woman of few words, her mind wasn't simple. "It's mine." The blue-haired young man raised his head and looked at Murong Jing. "From now on, Alchemy Room 3 belongs to me," Murong Jing announced in a high-profile manner. The blue-haired young man raised his eyebrows. He was afraid of Qin Feiyang, but he wasn't afraid of Murong Jing. He didn't even know who Murong Jing was. But he still had concerns. This woman came with Qin Feiyang, and the two should have a good relationship. What he was worried about was whether Qin Feiyang would help Murong Jing. "I won't ask about your business. But the water on the floor must be licked clean," Qin Feiyang said lightly, pushed open the stone door, and strode into Alchemy Room 2. What? He's taking Alchemy Room 2 for himself just like that. Lu Xingchen will go crazy if he finds out. The crowd below suddenly became restless. "Hurry up, I'll wait for you in the Alchemy Room." Murong Jing waved her hand, and her battle aura surged. She knocked open the stone door of the Alchemy Room, and walked in openly under the furious gaze of the blue-haired young man. "Damn woman. You'll know the consequences of offending me later." The blue-haired young man's eyes had a trace of viciousness, and he shouted, "Hurry up and lick it. I'm going to strip that woman of her clothes and make her run naked outside. I'd like to see who's going to run naked later." Murong Jing, who was standing in Alchemy Room 3, had a cold glint in her eyes. Alchemy Room 2. This alchemy room was very big, at least 200 to 300 feet wide. It had an independent alchemy room, a cultivation room, and a lounge. Everything was available. "I'll go wash up first." After closing the stone door, Qin Feiyang said to Wolf King and walked into the lounge. There was a water source in the lounge, and there was also a place for washing up. Wolf King wandered around the alchemy room. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked out, changed into a clean set of clothes, and looked refreshed. He sat on the chair in the cultivation room and shouted, "White-eyed wolf, show me what you've recorded." If Shiming was really impersonated by someone else, it must be related to the Lu family. Just this point alone was enough to put the Lu family in a state of eternal damnation, but before that, he had to find out who the impersonator was. There might be some clues about what Wolf King had recorded. Wolf King slipped into the lounge like a wisp of smoke. But he grabbed a cauldron with his claws. Qin Feiyang looked at the cauldron, and his eyes suddenly widened. He said in surprise, "Where did you get this?" The cauldron was black, and there was a lifelike lion carved on it. The light it emitted was even stronger than a third-grade cauldron. It was enough to show that it was a fourth-grade cauldron. "Guess." The Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his head and looked at the alchemy room. "That's right. It's the cauldron in the alchemy room. It must be Lu Xingchen's. I'll help you erase the blood contract now." Wolf King laughed sinisterly, and a golden battle chi appeared and rushed toward the cauldron. Lu Xingchen was a 5-star combat emperor, and so was Wolf King. It was not difficult to erase the blood contract. At the same time, in a cave in the Heavy Region Mountain, Lu Xingchen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Puff. Suddenly, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "What's going on?" Lu Xingchen opened his eyes, which were filled with confusion. "This is bad. Someone must have snatched my cauldron." All of a sudden, he shuddered and suddenly stood up, his eyes bursting with a cold light. "No matter who it is, I won't let you have an easy time." Muttering to himself, Lu Xingchen walked out of the cave with a gloomy face. In the alchemy room, Wolf King withdrew his battle chi and laughed. "Done. Quickly drip your blood to recognize me as your master." Qin Feiyang immediately bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the cauldron. A layer of blood light appeared and quickly subsided. A piece of information entered Qin Feiyang's mind. Fourth-grade cauldron, lion cauldron. Wolf King laughed sinisterly. Lu Xingchen's expression must be very interesting right now. If he doesn't come looking for me, then he's tactful. But if he comes looking for trouble with me, I'll let him know what it means to ask for humiliation. Qin Feiyang put away the lion cauldron and pursed his lips into a cold smile. I'm really looking forward to it. Wolf King chuckled and took out an image crystal. He poured his battle chi into it and a video quickly appeared. In the video, there was a pitch-black mountain peak that was hundreds of feet tall, standing tall on the ground. On the mountain, there was nothing, not even a single weed. It was like a dead zone. However, on the cliff at the foot of the mountain, there were neatly arranged holes that were 10 feet large. They were like wormholes, emitting a mysterious and strange aura. In the video, Shiming strode into one of the holes. Inside the hole was a cave of about 10 feet. It was very simple and crude, with only a stone bed. Lu Xingchen sat cross-legged on the stone bed. When Shiming entered the cave, Lu Xingchen immediately stood up and bowed to welcome him. Shiming didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Qin Feiyang has arrived at the inner palace. So fast. Lu Xingchen's eyes trembled. Shiming asked, have you thought of a way to get rid of him? No. Lu Xingchen shook his head and sighed, even Dong Qing, a 6-star combat emperor, is no match for him. What can I do? Shiming said, I have an idea. Lu Xingchen was delighted and asked, what is it? Shiming said, the 2 kings of the inner palace are both 1-star combat ancestors. As long as you can persuade them and ask for their help, it won't be a problem. Yeah, why didn't I think of them? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. But after thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Both of them are in seclusion all year round. It's harder than ascending the heavens to meet them, let alone ask them to help. Seeing Lu Xingchen's lack of confidence, Shiming frowned. You haven't even tried, how do you know it won't work? Let me tell you, if you don't get rid of Qin Feiyang, you won't even have a chance to become the next patriarch, let alone go to the imperial capital. Shiming said angrily. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen's body trembled and bowed, I will do my best. Also, you have to remember. Don't be so respectful to me in front of others. The 2 palace masters are experienced people. If you act a little strangely, they will be able to see through it. If they know that I'm not Shiming, we're finished. Shiming warned with a serious face. I understand. Lu Xingchen nodded. All right, think about it carefully. Shiming said a few more words and turned to leave. The image in the void also ended. Wolf King put away the image crystal and asked, how was it? Did you find any clues? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, according to my deduction, this imposter should be from the Lu family. What do you mean? Wolf King was surprised. Lu Xingchen is proud and arrogant. How many people in the imperial capital can make him respect them so much? The palace master, the precious treasure pavilion master, the various big shots of the divine temple, these people are worthy of respect. But the palace master and the others wouldn't do such a thing. Other than that, there's only the Lu family left. For example, the Lu family master, Old Monster Lu, the various elders, and Lu Xingchen would definitely respect them. Qin Feiyang analyzed. That makes sense. Wolf King nodded and asked, is it possible that he's from another super family? Impossible. The super families fight openly and secretly. If they want to help, they'll help us deal with the Lu family. They won't join hands with the Lu family to deal with us. Besides, Lu Xingchen doesn't need to be so respectful to people from other super clans. Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King nodded thoughtfully and asked, so, what should we do now? First, find out how many 9-star combat emperors there are in the Lu family. What are their identities? I'll send a message to Yin Yuanming. He must know. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. But at this moment, there was a faint noise outside. What's going on? Wolf King was surprised. I don't know. Let's go out and have a look. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and walked out of the resting room to the stone door. Chapter 431. Outside the door, there were 70 to 80 people gathered. The leader was the red-haired youth. His lost legs had been restored to their original state. It was noisy at first, but when they saw Qin Feiyang and Wolf King walk out, they immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Did you lick it clean? Come up. Qin Feiyang frowned. Lick, clean, a skinny disciple said in a trembling voice. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the bottom of the patio. It was really clean and spotless. Wolf King asked, "Then why are you gathered here now?" A female disciple said timidly, "We are watching Murong Jing and Wu Yang compete in alchemy." Compete in alchemy? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "What's the result?" The female disciple said, "Murong Jing won." Won? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He knew that Murong Jing was a top-grade alchemist. Lu Yun had also said that Murong Jing could refine top-grade pills. But after coming to the capital for so long, he had never seen Murong Jing refine pills with his own eyes. So, he still didn't know how good Murong Jing was at alchemy. At this moment, the blue-haired youth walked out in a daze, his face full of unwillingness. Wolf King said disdainfully, "You're not even as good as a woman. What are you being arrogant for?" "Shut up," the blue-haired youth shouted, his hands clenched tightly together. "Why? You've grown a temper. Come, let me practice with you." Wolf King stretched out his claws and provoked. The blue-haired youth's pupils constricted, and the fear on his face was clearly visible. Humph. But he couldn't put down his face. He snorted and looked at the red-haired youth. "Shu Yang, I want your alchemy room number 4. The red-haired youth frowned, looking very unhappy. But in the end, he nodded and said, "Okay, then the 5th alchemy room is mine." The person in the 5th alchemy room immediately cried, his eyes full of helplessness. Shu Yang, Wu Yang, Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them. Judging from the current situation, Wu Yang's alchemy talent was a notch higher than Shu Yang's. "Who else wants to challenge? I'll accompany you anytime." Murong Jing walked out and looked at the crowd calmly. No one made a sound. "Who dared to steal my pill furnace? Get down here and die." But at this moment, an angry roar sounded from below the patio. Everyone looked down and saw Lu Xingchen standing below, panting. His eyes were filled with anger. What's the situation? Who stole his alchemy furnace? Everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. Because when Lu Xingchen was facing the wall to reflect, only Qin Feiyang had entered alchemy room 2. Given his personality, it wouldn't be strange for him to steal Lu Xingchen's pill furnace. Qin Feiyang walked to the railing and looked down at Lu Xingchen. He didn't deny it and said indifferently, "It's me. It's you." Lu Xingchen gritted his teeth, a cold light shooting out from his eyes. But the next moment, a smile crawled up his face and he said, "So it's Brother Qin. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you came to the inner hall? I could have welcomed you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Senior Brother Lu is busy facing the wall. How would I dare to disturb you?" Everyone looked at each other. What was going on? Didn't the two have a grudge? Why did it look like an old friend meeting now? Whoosh! Lu Xingchen leaped and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin, if you've taken a fancy to the Black Lion Cauldron, you could have just told me and I would have given it to you. Why do you need to use such underhanded means?" Why did these words sound wrong? It seemed to be mocking Qin Feiyang. The look in everyone's eyes changed. It seemed that Lu Xingchen hadn't let go of what happened back then. He still hated Qin Feiyang in his heart. But he didn't choose to fall out with him directly. Instead, he used this method to mock Qin Feiyang. "Qin Feiyang, you've finally met your match. Let's see how you fight back now. Fall out with him? Or endure it?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneer in their eyes. Qin Feiyang saw the look in their eyes, but he just smiled faintly. "Senior Brother Lu, you're wrong. I didn't steal or cheat. How can I be considered underhanded? To be honest, I can snatch the Black Lion Cauldron because I have the ability. I'm more confident that you definitely can't take it back," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Everyone's hearts trembled. Although Qin Feiyang said it quite politely, his words were full of provocation. Lu Xingchen also clenched his hands tightly. The reason for that was because Qin Feiyang's words had a double meaning. The positive meaning was that Qin Feiyang had the ability. But the reverse was to say that he, Lu Xingchen, was incompetent. "I'll endure it." Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and said with a smile, Since Brother Qin has taken a fancy to the Black Lion Cauldron, then as your senior brother, I naturally have to be more magnanimous. Now, I'll publicly announce that I'm giving the Black Lion Cauldron to you." There was a deeper meaning behind his words. Because in this way, it wasn't Qin Feiyang who snatched it with his ability, but Lu Xingchen who gave it to him. The meaning was completely different. Not only could Lu Xingchen save his face, but he could also show his magnanimity, killing two birds with one stone. Giving away a fourth-grade cauldron just like that, senior brother Lu is indeed a disciple of a wealthy family. If you have a fifth-grade cauldron in the future, don't forget about me, senior brother Lu. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Insatiable greed. Everyone revealed looks of disdain. Lu Xingchen also revealed a look of ridicule. "You're all too naive. He's not greedy. He's secretly mocking Lu Xingchen, calling him a wastrel and a dandy." Someone explained in a low voice. Qin Feiyang was quite surprised. He shook his head and laughed. It seems that there are still one or two smart people in the inner hall. Only then did everyone come to a realization. Both intelligent and brave, this Qin Feiyang was indeed a difficult character to deal with. Lu Xingchen's expression also froze on the spot. It was as ugly as it could be. He thought that he could save face, but now it was even more embarrassing. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and asked, "Senior brother Lu, I'm occupying your alchemy room. You don't have a problem with that, right?" "Of course." Lu Xingchen paused and smiled. "Of course not. After all, as a senior brother, I have to take care of a new junior brother." But in his heart, he was already boiling with rage. From the moment he became a supreme-grade alchemist, he had never been so aggrieved. Especially the word occupy, which made him feel even more humiliated. "Thank you, senior brother." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Then, he turned around and walked into alchemy room number 2. Bang! The stone door quickly closed. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at Wu Yang and said, "I want your alchemy room now. Give it up immediately." Wu Yang smiled bitterly and pointed at Murong Jing. "Alchemy room number 3 is now hers. If you want it, go to her." Lu Xingchen looked at Murong Jing and raised his eyebrows slightly. "I want to challenge you," Murong Jing said indifferently, "then hurry up." That calm expression and calm tone made Lu Xingchen almost go crazy. A woman dared to look down on him? But he didn't know that Murong Jing didn't mean to look down on him at all. It was just her personality. Seeing this, Wu Yang's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. Lu Xingchen entered alchemy room number 3. Murong Jing waved her jade-like hand, and the stone door closed with a bang. Xu Yang was puzzled. "Wu Yang, why didn't you tell Lu Xingchen? He's usually so arrogant." "Why should I tell him?" Wu Yang sneered. "That's true. First, he was humiliated by Qin Feiyang. Next, he's going to lose to a woman. He'll definitely go crazy later." Xu Yang nodded with a smile on his face. "How is that possible?" Sure enough. Not long after, there was a roar in alchemy room number 3. Then, the stone door opened. Lu Xingchen walked out of the alchemy room with a gloomy face. "Lu Xingchen, don't forget our bet." Murong Jing's cold voice came from inside. "What bet?" Everyone looked at Lu Xingchen in confusion. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Those women exclaimed and turned their heads away. Because Lu Xingchen had taken off all his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Boom! The stone door of alchemy room number 2 opened. Wolf King and Qin Feiyang heard the news and came out. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. Why was he naked? However, facing everyone's surprised eyes, Lu Xingchen didn't explain at all. He directly jumped down from the railing and ran outside. Naked. These two words crawled up in everyone's mind. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Wu Yang and the others. He asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" "Humph." Wu Yang snorted coldly and also jumped down, chasing after Lu Xingchen. The others also ignored Qin Feiyang and followed to watch the fun. Wolf King chuckled. "It seems that they are very dissatisfied with you. So what if they are dissatisfied? Qin Feiyang sneered. At this time, Murong Jing walked out. Qin Feiyang turned to look at her and asked in confusion, why did Lu Xingchen take off his clothes? Just before the competition, he threatened me, so I fought back and made a bet with him. The loser will go outside and run around the inner hall naked. Murong Jing's tone and expression were still very calm, as if she had done something trivial. Hihi, I'll go out and take a look. The Wolf King let out a sinister laugh and plunged downward. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily, don't forget that you have business to do. Come back quickly. Got it? Wolf King replied without turning his head. Murong Jing also followed him back to the third alchemy room. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at her back. His eyes flickered. Although Lu Xingchen's brain was not very good, he definitely had real ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been rumored to be a god. But now, he was actually defeated by the unknown Murong Jing. This woman was not simple. She might even be like him, hiding the true level of her mental strength. This Lu Xingchen was really unlucky. After suffering several losses in a day, let's see how arrogant he can be in the future. However, the good show was still to come. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and also turned to return to the second alchemy room. After closing the stone door, he sat in the lounge and pondered for a moment. Then, he took out the image crystal and activated it quickly. Soon, an illusory figure appeared. Chapter 432. As soon as Yin Yuanming appeared, he said with a smile, Brother Qin, I was just about to look for you. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, why are you looking for me? Look, it's been a month. The elixirs you gave me have been auctioned off long ago. Is it time to? Yin Yuanming chuckled. He was a standard old fox. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he said helplessly, you know that the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. If it is auctioned every month, it will be worthless. Yes, yes, yes. So now, we are going to auction a red fire-colored glass elixir and a potential elixir every half a month. Yin Yuanming smiled. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, how much was the last potential elixir sold at auction? About 20 billion. Yin Yuanming stretched out two fingers and his face was full of smiles. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Compared to a potential elixir with one elixir pattern, it was actually doubled. Brother, this is a good opportunity to make a fortune. You must seize it. Yin Yuanming said with a smile, his words full of temptation. But Qin Feiyang was not moved at all. He lowered his head and pondered. What's wrong? Yin Yuanming's heart was immediately suspended and he asked nervously. Qin Feiyang looked up at Yin Yuanming and shook his head. To be honest, I don't want to sell the potential elixir anymore. Why? Yin Yuanming asked hurriedly. Qin Feiyang said, the potential elixir is too precious. To put it bluntly, even 100 billion gold coins can't be equal to the value of the potential elixir. That's true. Yin Yuanming nodded. Once the door of potential was opened, whether it was talent, potential, or comprehension, they would all be raised to a new level. It could be said that a potential elixir was enough to create a strong person. Its real value naturally couldn't be measured by gold coins. But as a businessman, of course, making money was the main thing. Brother, I admit that what you said is very reasonable. But if we don't sell the potential elixir, not only will our treasure pavilion lose a lot of customers, but you will also have endless trouble. Because at that time, everyone will go to you. You have to know that people can do anything if they are forced. Yin Yuanming said. There was only one meaning behind these words. If he didn't sell it, there would definitely be a lot of people who would be unfavorable to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want too much trouble. All right, we'll continue to sell it, but we'll have to make some changes. One potential pill will be auctioned every month. 2 red fire-colored glass pills with 2 veins will be auctioned every month. This way, not only can we control the outflow of potential pills, we can also take the opportunity to raise the price. Why don't we just set the starting price at 30 billion in the next auction? There will still be people fighting over it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yin Yuanming's eyes lit up as he chuckled and said, You cunning fellow, you should come to our treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Doing business is too troublesome. It's not suitable for me. What a waste of talent. Yin Yuanming sighed deeply and nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. I'll go to the holy temple to find you later. Qin Feiyang said, I'm in the inner temple now. Why did you go to the inner temple so quickly? Yin Yuanming frowned. But when he thought of Qin Feiyang's glorious achievements in the holy temple, he understood. Such a talent, the three giants of the holy temple would definitely bring him to the inner temple and train him well. I'm not qualified to enter the inner temple, so you can only send the pills here. Yin Yuanming said. That's not a problem, but there's one thing you have to tell me truthfully. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Yin Yuanming was puzzled. Qin Feiyang asked, how many 9-star combat emperors does the Lu family have? Why are you suddenly asking this? Don't tell me you're going to make a move on the Lu family. Yin Yuanming looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, do I have the ability to do so now? I have my plans, you just have to tell me in detail. Yin Yuanming looked at him deeply and said, the Lu family has a total of 4 9-star combat emperors, the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder and the Third Elder. 4. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank and said, where are they now? Yin Yuanming thought for a while and said, they rarely show themselves, they should be in seclusion to break through to the Combat Master realm. Qin Feiyang said, can you help me check their whereabouts? Check them. Yin Yuanming was stunned and smiled bitterly. Do you think I can help with my current relationship with the Lu family? Qin Feiyang was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Zhenbao Pavilion had completely banned the Lu family. The Lu family hated Zhenbao Pavilion to the bone. Yin Yuanming might not even be able to enter the Lu family's door, let alone inquire about the news. Forget it, I'll think of a way myself. As for the elixir, I'll send it to you when I'm free. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, then turned off the image crystal and fell into deep thought again. Outside, the situation was in an uproar. Whether it was the disciples of Pillfire Palace or Cultivation Palace, they all came out to watch the show. Lu Xingchen lowered his head and ran wildly in the void. His hands were clenched tightly and his face was green and red. This was more than just a disgrace, it was a shame that he would never be able to wash away. As for the Wolf King, he grabbed a wooden stick and chased after Lu Xingchen. He kept roaring at Lu Xingchen as if he was chasing a cow. This made Lu Xingchen extremely angry. In the sky above the Cultivation Palace, a woman of peerless beauty stood facing the wind. It was Ren Wushuang. She looked at Lu Xingchen from afar with a calm face. No one knew what she was thinking. Whoosh! Another woman in black flew into the sky and landed in front of Ren Wushuang. This woman was also very beautiful. She had skin of ice and bones of jade and a tall figure. The pair of mountains in front of her chest were even more voluptuous, attracting the eyes of all the men below. Moreover, she had a natural charm. Her every frown and smile was enough to tug at the heartstrings. The woman in black said, Ren Wushuang, what's the meaning of this? What? Ren Wushuang turned his head and looked at her in confusion. Can you not play dumb? No matter what, Lu Xingchen is still your fiancé. Are you going to ignore him and let that scoundrel humiliate him? The woman in black frowned and looked at Ren Wushuang with a trace of disgust. Ren Wushuang caught it but pretended not to see it. He turned his head and continued to look at Lu Xingchen. Seeing that Ren Wushuang was silent, the woman in black behind him could no longer hide the disgust in her eyes. I really don't know what's so good about you that Lu Xingchen is so infatuated with you. I really feel that it's not worth it for him. If you don't go, I'll go. I don't believe that a beast can overturn the sky. The woman in black snorted and turned into a stream of light, flying towards Wolf King. I advise you not to go. Everyone in the city knows the rogue wolf's character. He won't care if you're a woman or not. Besides, whether I help Lu Xingchen or not is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Ren Wushuang finally spoke. His voice was like the sound of nature, intoxicating. You. The woman in black stopped in the void and turned her head to look at Ren Wushuang. Her eyes were a little hazy. Did I say something wrong? Ren Wushuang said lightly. The woman in black sneered. You're not wrong. The one who's wrong is Lu Xingchen. He must be blind to like you. Unfortunately, even if he's blind, he won't like you. Ren Wuxuang said with an expressionless face. The woman in black clenched her jade-like hands. Her eyes were cold. She said coldly, if you're not the granddaughter of the palace lord, would he like you? You're absolutely right. He's such a person. He only cares about power. Women are just tools in his heart. Listen to my advice. Don't provoke him. Otherwise, you'll regret it in the future. Ren Wuxuang said indifferently before descending towards the cultivation palace below. The woman in black looked at her and flew towards Lu Xingchen without hesitation. She shouted, Rogue Wolf, don't go too far. Wolf King stopped in the void and looked at the woman in black. He said mockingly, do you also want to run around naked? The woman in black's eyes turned cold. She said, the inner palace is not a place for a beast like you to behave atrociously. Boom. She pointed her finger in the air. A dazzling battle chi surged towards the Wolf King like a torrential flood. 6-star battle emperor? Wolf King was stunned. He said disdainfully, you dare to attack me with such strength. Swoosh. He used the air escape step and calmly dodged the battle chi attack. After a few flashes, he landed in front of the woman. If you want to run around naked, I'll grant your wish. He laughed and stretched out his small demonic claws towards the woman in black's dress. How dare you? The woman in black shouted angrily. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Wolf King grabbed the woman's dress and was about to tear it off. Ren Wuxuang's voice sounded at this moment. Rogue Wolf, don't mess around. Go back. She stood in the square of the cultivation palace with a trace of anger on her face. Wolf King looked at Ren Wuxuang and pursed his lips. He let go of the woman in black's dress and snorted, you're lucky today. Try again next time. After saying that, he threw away the wooden stick in his hand and turned in the air. He rushed towards the Pillfire Palace without looking back. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Rogue Wolf's character was obvious to all. He was definitely someone who was not afraid of anything. How could he be afraid of Ren Wuxuang? Did Ren Wuxuang and Rogue Wolf know each other? That couldn't be right. If they really knew each other, Rogue Wolf would at least say goodbye to Ren Wuxuang before leaving. It should be because of Ren Wuxuang's identity. No one in the entire spiritual state would dare to touch the granddaughter of the mansion master. From the looks of it, this ruffian wolf wasn't really lawless after all. Pillfire Palace. As soon as Wolf King entered alchemy room number 2, he smirked at Qin Feiyang. I saw Ren Wuxuang outside just now. She's more beautiful than before. Little Qin Zi, why don't you take her as well? Get lost. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Couldn't this bastard be more serious? Wolf King smirked, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't give up the entire ocean for a mermaid. It's not worth it. You're not done, are you? Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. His eyes were full of hostility. Wolf King hurriedly stretched out his paw. Okay, I won't say any more. How was it? Did you find out? Qin Feiyang nodded. Yes, for 9-star combat emperors. By the way, how is Lu Xingchen? So many. Wolf King was a little surprised. He chuckled. What do you think will happen after running around naked? I'm afraid he won't have the face to see anyone after today. Let's not talk about him. What should we do next? Of course we'll go to the Lu family and find out. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He waved his hand to open a portal and strode in. Hihi, Lu family, you'll tremble in fear. Wolf King chuckled and ran in like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 433. The Lu family. This behemoth was located in the center of the East City, covering an area of more than 10 miles. There were pavilions, gardens, woods, small bridges, and flowing water. The 4 walls were 3 to 4 meters high, inlaid with white jade, clean and neat. The gate was 7 to 8 meters high. 2 white stone sculptures of giant tigers stood on both sides of the gate. They were vivid and lifelike, showing off an extraordinary style. The 4 guards stood in front of the stone sculptures, their backs straight and their eyes bright. Whoosh! Suddenly, a man and a wolf appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang. Ruffian wolf. The 4 guards immediately became vigilant. Their eyes flashed with an astonishing cold light. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 and said indifferently, "Go and tell Patriarch Lu that I am here to visit. Sorry. My Lu family does not welcome you. Get lost immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." The 4 guards shouted. "You're courting death." Wolf King's eyes flashed fiercely. He stepped out and instantly landed in front of the 4. Slap. At that moment, the 4 of them were slapped in the face, and with a scream, they flew out and hit the stone sculptures behind them, blood gushing out. "We can come to your Lu family because your ancestors have accumulated merit. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you." Wolf King sneered. The 4 of them climbed up in a sorry state, clenching their fingers, and looked at Wolf King with hatred. The Wolf King shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go and report this." The 4 of them quivered and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. One of them immediately turned around and rushed into the gate without looking back to inform Patriarch Lu. "I was talking to you nicely, but you didn't listen and forced me to do it. Aren't you asking for a beating?" Wolf King glanced at the other 3 with disdain, and then returned to Qin Feiyang's shoulder. When the 3 of them heard this, an indescribable fear emerged in their hearts. The man and the wolf came so suddenly that they didn't have time to recall what happened in the sacred palace. Now that they remembered it, they were afraid. The ruffian wolf in front of them was someone who even dared to beat up Patriarch Dong. What were they, small guards, to him? Very soon, the guard who went to report came out with a black-clothed old man. It was Steward Lu. "Why have you come to my Lu clan?" Steward Lu frowned. "Haven't you always wanted to invite us to the Lu family? What is it? Now that we're here, you're not welcoming us?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Welcome, of course you're welcome. Please come in." Housekeeper Lu retreated to the side, a cold light flashing in the depths of his old eyes. With a faint smile on his face, Qin Feiyang entered the Lu family in a grand manner. From now on, no one is allowed to visit. Steward Lu warned the 4 guards and quickly chased after Qin Feiyang. The 4 guards looked at each other, their eyes shining with a cold light. It was easy to enter the Lu family, but it was difficult to leave the Lu family. A moment later, Qin Feiyang and Steward Lu entered a reception hall. The reception hall was very large, and the decorations were very luxurious. There were even maids waiting outside the door. Steward Lu sat on the main seat and pointed to a chair next to him, saying, "Please take a seat." Qin Feiyang glanced around, walked to the chair, and sat down. "Come, serve the tea," Steward Lu shouted outside the door. A moment later, 2 maids carried a tray and walked into the reception hall one after another. After that, the 2 of them turned and left the reception hall, waiting outside the door. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup, put it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it, then put it on the table next to him. Seeing this, Steward Lu sneered. "What? The fearless Qin Feiyang is also afraid of poison?" Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I just don't like the smell." "You don't like it?" Steward Lu raised his eyebrows and said, "This is the best tea in the city. What are you picky about? Everyone's taste is different. The best may not suit everyone. This is the same as people. Those with good talent may not be able to have a smooth journey and soar." Qin Feiyang laughed. Steward Lu said, "If you want to say something, just say it. Don't be sarcastic." "Is there?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Previously, I heard people outside say that Lu Xingchen bullies men and women and has a bad character. This is not a good thing." "Nonsense." Steward Lu was furious. Qin Feiyang said, "Now that everyone is talking about it, it's hard to say whether it's nonsense or not." Steward Lu was furious and was about to scold him. But suddenly, he frowned and looked gloomily at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, saying, "Were you the ones who spread these rumors?" Wolf King pursed his lips and said, "Whether it was us who spread it or not, won't you know if you investigate?" Steward Lu said angrily, "If I could investigate, why would I ask you? Who is to blame? You can only blame yourselves for being too useless." Wolf King's eyes were full of disdain. Steward Lu glanced at the man and wolf with a gloomy face. Originally, he wanted to sound them out, but now, he was even more confused. Was it a man and a wolf who were spreading rumors? He could not tell. Wolf King rolled his eyes and said, "There's one more thing I need to tell you. Previously, Lu Xingchen ran naked in the inner hall and lost all his face." "What?" Steward Lu suddenly stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, his body burning with anger. "It has nothing to do with us. Why are you glaring at us?" Wolf King rolled his eyes. "Impossible," Steward Lu said coldly. "With Lu Xingchen's talent, who would dare to provoke him? It must be these two little bastards who were causing trouble. Believe it or not." Wolf King pursed his lips. "Let's see how long you can be arrogant," Steward Lu muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in his old eyes. He said, "Let's not beat around the bush. Why did you come to the Lu family?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said calmly, "The white-eyed wolf is itching to challenge your Lu family's 9-star combat emperor." "Challenge?" Steward Lu was stunned and immediately became furious. He shouted, "Don't push it too far. Don't be so agitated. Let me finish first. If you win, I will ask Zhenbao Pavilion to cancel the ban on the Lu family." Qin Feiyang said. "Cancel the ban?" Steward Lu's eyes lit up. "No. How could this little bastard be so kind? There must be a trap." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I mean what I say. As long as the white-eyed wolf loses, I will immediately send a message to Yin Yuanming." Steward Lu asked cautiously, "Why do you want to challenge them?" "Didn't I tell you? My hands are itching. If you really want to find an explanation, I want to humiliate you. How about it? Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Wolf King laughed sinisterly. His small body emitted a monstrous battle intent. "Arrogant. Wait here. I will go and ask the family head now. You will definitely regret it when the time comes." Steward Lu was furious. He shouted coldly and rushed out of the reception room. Wolf King said telepathically, "Little Qin Zi, will it really work?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wolf King said, "Why don't we send a message to the mansion master and ask him for help?" "We will see," Qin Feiyang replied. If they always asked for help, they would become dependent on others. They could ask the mansion master for help now. However, when they went to the capital and faced the threat of the imperial power, who could they ask for help from? Therefore, they had to rely on themselves for everything. Swoosh. Soon, two figures broke through the air and entered the reception room. They were the head of the Lu family, Steward Lu. Steward Lu said in a deep voice, "How do you want to fight?" Wolf King said domineeringly, "Regardless of life and death, we will take turns to fight. You can choose whatever you want. Don't be too arrogant." Patriarch Lu shouted. "I am so arrogant." "So what?" Wolf King looked at him contemptuously and provocatively. "Okay. I will fight with you first. But the premise is that you are not allowed to use that rib." Patriarch Lu said. "Are you an idiot? This is a life-and-death battle. Of course, I will use any means." Wolf King sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Patriarch Lu's eyes darkened and he hesitated. If he did not use his rib, he would not hesitate to accept the challenge. However, the power of his rib was obvious to all. Patriarch Dong's strength was about the same as his. Even Patriarch Dong was no match for this ruffian wolf. His chances of winning were definitely very slim. However, if he did not accept the challenge, this man and wolf would definitely make a big fuss. At that time, the Lu family would inevitably become the laughingstock of the world. Moreover, as a super family, the Lu family's pride would not allow them to cower from the challenge. "Patriarch. This is a good opportunity to kill them. We can't refuse. Because they provoked us first. Even if we kill them, the people in the inner hall will have nothing to say. But you can't do it alone. Just call the Grand Elder and the others here. If you join forces, you will definitely kill it quickly." Steward Lu whispered in Patriarch Lu's ear. Patriarch Lu's eyes lit up. He looked at the man and wolf and asked, "Take turns to fight. Let's fight together. We can choose, right?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. Patriarch Lu nodded and sneered. I will do as you wish. Steward Lu, go and call the Grand Elder and the Second Elder here immediately. Yes. Steward Lu bowed and coldly glanced at the man and wolf. Then he turned around and flew into the sky. Little Qin Zi, why did he only call the Grand Elder and the Second Elder here? Where is the Third Elder? Is that imposter the Third Elder? Wolf King said in surprise through telepathy. It's very possible, Qin Feiyang secretly said, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Patriarch Lu definitely knew the power of the bones. Moreover, he could also see that Patriarch Lu wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him and Wolf King. Logically speaking, the Third Elder should also be called, because this would be more likely to succeed. But he didn't even mention it, which meant that there must be something wrong. Soon, two old men with white hair and a ruddy complexion arrived in the living room with Steward Lu. Both of them looked very old, as if they were about to die, but their faces were ruddy and full of spirit. At the same time, looking at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, their eyes were also full of killing intent. Wolf King waved its claws, and two ribs appeared out of thin air, exuding an astonishing aura. You three old bastards are not enough. Who else is there? Call them out. Brother, I will deal with them together. It glanced at the three arrogantly. Its contemptuous eyes were like looking at ants, which almost drove Patriarch Lu and the other two crazy. Cut the crap. Come with us. The three of them shouted coldly, turned around, and flew out. Chapter 434. Swoosh. Two groups of people rushed out of the hall one after the other and soared into the sky. Boom. The Wolf King stood up like a human and transformed into a muscular wolf that was over 10 meters tall. Terrifying ferocious might spread out in all directions. Qin Feiyang said, if you lose, you have to hand over all the Lu family's savings. He did this to dispel the doubts in their hearts. Because of this, the Lu family would never think that they were here to investigate Shiming's real identity. They would only think that they were here for the Lu family's savings. On the other hand, they wanted to completely destroy the Lu family. The reason why the Lu family could continue to survive was because of the savings they had accumulated in the past. If they lost now, they would lose their savings. The Lu family that was banned by the Precious Treasure Pavilion would be doomed. They could find out Shiming's identity and destroy the Lu family at the same time. It was killing two birds with one stone. So this is your real purpose. You want to destroy the Lu family? You don't have the ability. Today, the Lu family will accompany you to the end. Either you die or I die. The patriarch of the Lu family, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder were furious. Boom. Their aura exploded and shocked everyone. What's going on? The people of the East City were shocked. Many figures soared into the sky and looked toward the Lu family. Look, isn't that Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf? Why are they here? These two guys went straight to the Lu family. They are too lawless. The people were shocked. One told 10, 10 told 100, and this matter soon became a hot topic. These two little bastards really know how to cause trouble. Yin Yuanming stood in the sky above the Precious Treasure Pavilion and muttered to himself. Swoosh. A lady in purple landed beside him and asked curiously, what's going on? I don't know either. Not long ago, Qin Feiyang asked me how many 9-star combat emperors there are in the Lu family. I even asked him if he was going to attack the Lu family. He said that he doesn't have the ability to do so now. But in the blink of an eye, he went to the Lu family. It looks like he is going to fight. I really don't get it. What is this bastard trying to do? Yin Yuanming frowned. Find out how many 9-star combat emperors there are in the Lu family. The purple-clothed woman muttered, and the space between her brows was filled with puzzlement. They're attacking. Someone below shouted in alarm. Rumble. In the sky above the Lu family, Patriarch Lu and the other two patriarchs exchanged glances and waved their hands at the same time. Battle chi gushed out of their bodies like a torrent. Patriarch Lu's battle chi was golden in color, and it carried a bone-piercing sharpness. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder's battle chi were fiery red, like a sea of fire rolling in the sky. Bastard, die. The The three of them roared as 3 streams of battle chi swept across the sky, rolling towards Wolf King. Following closely, they immediately performed their battle arts. He intended to kill Wolf King as quickly as possible. Be careful. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 3 of them and warned Wolf King before retreating. Trash, wake up. Ayo, Wolf King raised his head and roared. He didn't dodge the attacks, but rushed towards the 3 streams of battle chi. Dog-beating stick first form, total annihilation. As he approached, he waved his claws and smashed towards the 3 streams of battle chi. Rumble. The rib bone glowed with a hazy light as it destroyed the 3 streams of battle chi. Wolf King was unharmed. What? Patriarch Lu and the other 2 patriarchs were shocked. Seeing this scene, they realized a very serious problem. They had underestimated the power of the rib bone. The Grand Elder shouted, "Don't be scared, the 3 of us can definitely kill it." Yes. The second elder nodded. Kill. The 3 of them roared and pushed their hands forward. Rumble. 3 great battle arts appeared in the sky, releasing an earth-shattering aura as they rushed towards Wolf King. High-grade battle arts. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but worry. After all, this was the joint attack of 3 9-star combat emperors. It could even be said that this was a fatal blow. Even the 9-star combat emperors wouldn't dare to face the 3 great battle arts head-on. However, Wolf King wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was eager to try. The 3 great battle arts arrived in a flash. That terrifying murderous intent shrouded 100 miles of land. Dog-beating stick second form, whirlwind. At the same time, Wolf King swooped down and rushed to the front of the 3 great battle arts. He raised the rib bone on his claws and smashed it. Rumble. Under countless people's incredulous gazes, the 3 great battle arts collapsed in an instant. How is this possible? Patriarch Lu and the other 2 stared at him in disbelief. One must know. Not only were they 9-star combat emperors, but they were also using high-grade battle arts. However, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They must be dreaming. Swoosh. While they were distracted, Wolf King used the void escape step and appeared in front of them in a few flashes. Hee. Dog beating stick third form, beating the mad dog. He laughed sinisterly. He grabbed the rib bone with his claws and smashed them on the heads with lightning speed. Bang. Ah. The 3 of them immediately screamed and shot down like meteorites. Their heads were all broken and bleeding, and they saw stars in front of their eyes. Boom. At last. Along with a loud bang, the 3 of them crashed into a hall below. The hall was razed to the ground in an instant. Billowing dust and smoke rose to the sky, covering half of the Lu family. So powerful. Patriarch Lu, the first and second patriarchs of the Lu family, are no match for him? What kind of divine item are the 2 bones on his claws? The people in the void far away were all stunned, including Yin Yuanming and the lady in purple. Wolf King stood in the sky proudly. He waved his claws and a gust of wind blew away the dust below. A deep pit appeared. Patriarch Lu and the other 2 stood at the bottom of the deep pit. Their hair was disheveled and their faces were dirty. Blood was flowing from their heads. The severe pain made their faces contort. Blood dyed their faces red. At this moment, they were like bloody demons from purgatory. They looked particularly ferocious. How does my dog-beating 3 form feel? The Wolf King chuckled. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The first patriarch roared as if he had gone mad. Boom. A gigantic creature, carrying a terrifying ferocious aura, soared into the air from behind. The second patriarch also activated his fighting soul. Fighting soul? Qin Feiyang was stunned. As if he suddenly thought of something, a trace of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Then, he lowered his head and pondered. Then he looked at Wolf King, seeing the first patriarch and second patriarch activating their fighting souls, a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. Seeing the sinister smile in Wolf King's eyes, Patriarch Lu felt uneasy. But what exactly made him feel uneasy, he couldn't tell. Roar. All of a sudden, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a giant golden figure appeared in the void behind the Wolf King. That's right. That's his fighting soul. Patriarch Lu's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted, "First Patriarch, Second Patriarch, it can rob us of our fighting souls, quickly withdraw your fighting souls." Rob. Wolf King's low roar exploded in the void. Oh no. The First Patriarch and Second Patriarch finally remembered the terrifying power of Wolf King's fighting soul. Activating their fighting souls in front of this ruffian wolf was simply sending themselves to death. Immediately, the two of them didn't dare to hesitate and quickly recalled their fighting souls. Why are you recalling them? If you don't activate your fighting souls, do you still have a chance of winning? Activate them all. I'll be merciful this time and not devour your fighting souls. Wolf King said seriously. Who would believe you? The three of them glared at each other. At the same time, they began to regret. If they knew that Rib was so powerful, they wouldn't have agreed to the challenge. So boring. I heard that the 3 patriarchs are also 9-star combat emperors, and there are many 8-star combat emperors. Let's just let them come together. I'll play with you. Wolf King's purpose wasn't to kill the 3 patriarchs, but to force the 3 patriarchs out. If the 3 patriarchs didn't show up, then there was no doubt that the person who pretended to be Shiming was this person. The 3 patriarchs were silent and their faces were gloomy. As long as Ruffian Wolf had Rib, it didn't matter how many people came. Unless it was a combat master. Suddenly, Patriarch Lu intentionally or unintentionally glanced behind Qin Feiyang, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He saw that housekeeper Lu had sneaked behind Qin Feiyang. Moreover, he was quietly approaching Qin Feiyang. As for Qin Feiyang, he still had his head lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. He didn't seem to notice housekeeper Lu's approach. As long as housekeeper Lu's sneak attack is successful, Ruffian Wolf is no longer a threat. What we need to do now is to divert Ruffian Wolf's attention and not let him discover us. Patriarch Lu secretly thought, then looked up at Wolf King and sneered, "If not for those 2 ribs, killing you would be easier than slaughtering a dog. If you don't believe me, you can come and try. Don't say such useless words. Hurry up and summon everyone from your Lu clan," Wolf King disdainfully said. At this time, housekeeper Lu was only 10 meters away from Qin Feiyang. Whoosh! Suddenly, his old eyes were filled with killing intent, and like a flash of lightning, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang. In an instant, in the palm of his hand, battle chi surged. A palm struck towards Qin Feiyang's back. Success! Patriarch Lu was overjoyed. The 2 patriarchs' eyes were also shining. Sneak attack. Steward Lu's murderous aura naturally alarmed the Wolf King. But it only took a glance, and then withdrew its gaze without the slightest worry. And it also took the opportunity to attack Patriarch Lu and the other 2 people in the deep pit below. In the blink of an eye, on housekeeper Lu's old face, there was already a cruel smile, and the sneak attack was about to succeed. But at this time, Qin Feiyang, who was motionless, suddenly stepped out. Housekeeper Lu's palm struck empty air, and the smile on his old face suddenly froze. How was it possible for him to dodge that? Before he could stabilize his body, a bone-piercing killing intent attacked from behind. Following closely, housekeeper Lu felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his back. He saw Qin Feiyang standing behind housekeeper Lu, and his fingertips were gushing out strands of red sword chi. No, Patriarch Lu suddenly screamed in horror. But the next moment, the red sword chi was like a sharp arrow, tearing through flesh and blood. It entered his back and pierced through his chest, leaving behind a fist-sized bloody hole. Chapter 435. Steward. Patriarch Lu roared. The Grand Elder and the Grand Elder were also furious. Although Steward Lu was weak, his loyalty and ability were impeccable. Steward Lu's position in their hearts could be said to be more important than any other disciple in the clan. How could they not be angry when he died in front of them? Swoosh! The 3 of them looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes glinting fiercely. "You inhumane bastard, the heavens will not forgive you if I don't kill you." Patriarch Lu roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang with a murderous aura. "The heavens will not forgive you? Are you fucking kidding me? The Lu family dares to launch a sneak attack. If little Qin Zi is a bastard, then you are worse than a bastard." But at this moment, Wolf King arrived. The two ribs on his claws mercilessly smashed toward Patriarch Lu's head. Patriarch Lu's expression changed and he quickly turned around to escape. Bang! The two ribs smashed into his back, and with a cracking sound, his spine was shattered. Ah! Patriarch Lu was once again sent flying with a scream, and blood spurted out from his mouth. You two old bastards, don't run if you have the guts. Wolf King charged toward the Grand Elder and the Grand Elder with a murderous aura. The two of them also changed their expressions and fled in panic. High up in the sky, Housekeeper Lu breathed his last and fell down. Swoosh! At this moment, dozens of figures soared into the sky with an imposing aura. The 7 old men in the lead all had an unfathomable aura. The group of people behind the 7 of them were also war emperors. One of the old women in black caught Steward Lu and said in a deep voice, "Steward Lu is dead." The group of people immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes flashing with a shocking murderous aura. What? You want to gang up on me? Qin Feiyang glanced at them. These people were the old monsters of the Lu family. The weakest among them was a 5-star combat emperor. The aura of the strongest 7 was comparable to Yang Nanshan's. They were all 8-star combat emperors. With such a powerful lineup, it could be said that Qin Feiyang had no chance of winning if they really fought. However, there was not the slightest bit of fear on his face. Because he had something to rely on, a trump card. You killed a member of my Lu clan. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. The black-clothed old woman shouted. He attacked me first. What's wrong with me killing him? Now you're blaming me, don't you think it's ridiculous? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. Cut the crap. Everyone, let's attack together and cripple him. The black-clothed old woman coldly shouted. Without any explanation, the group of people rushed towards Qin Feiyang with great momentum. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He felt rather helpless when faced with such shameless people. Wolf King, who was in the middle of chasing after the 3 elders, was immediately enraged when he saw the situation. He roared, "Little Qin Zi, why don't we wipe out the Lu family today?" Wipe out the Lu family. Qin Feiyang glanced at the dozens of people, his eyes flashing. Suddenly, wisps of murderous aura burst out of his body. All right. Wipe out the Lu family. Qin Feiyang nodded. At this moment, he was like the god of death, his eyes extremely cold. Clang! Chang Shui appeared out of thin air. He grabbed Chang Shui, and a shocking aura erupted in all directions like a volcanic eruption. How dare they threaten to wipe out the Lu family? Are they crazy? If they alert the Lu family's patriarch, they won't be able to survive. The people in the void far away were all dumbfounded. This man and wolf were so crazy that they had reached the point of lawlessness. Arrogant. The dozens of people from the Lu family were also seething with anger. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough. White-eyed wolf, delay those 3 old men. I want them to see their clansmen die one by one, Qin Feiyang shouted. Swoosh. As soon as he finished his word, he used the phantom steps and dashed towards the group of people without fear, his eyes fixed on 20 of them. These 20 people were all 5-star combat emperors. His first target was to eliminate these 20 people. I don't know if they're dead or alive. The eyes of the old woman in black and the other 6 people turned cold. With a wave of their hands, expanses of dazzling and resplendent battle chi surged towards Qin Feiyang with overwhelming force. Terrifying murderous aura filled every corner of the place. You're just 8-star combat emperors. What are you being so arrogant for? Ultimate void. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger at the sky. An invisible force turned into a rolling torrent and roared. Boom. At this moment, the battle chi of the old woman in black and the other 6 exploded in the void, and a destructive airwave swept across all directions. The 7 of them took a step back. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Although the ultimate void could increase his combat strength to that of an 8-star combat emperor, the 7 of them were real 8-star combat emperors. He would definitely not be able to withstand the joint attack of the 7 of them. The chi and blood in his body were surging, and the arm that used the ultimate void cracked and blood instantly dyed his whole body red. But The battle intent that overflowed from his body was getting more and more terrifying. Boom! He stepped on the void and used the phantom steps to the extreme. He was like a blood-soaked god of war, rushing towards the group of people once again. The sky was filled with the phantoms he left behind. His shocking aura made people tremble in fear. The old woman in black and the other 6 people looked at each other and waved their hands to perform the battle arts. Kill. 7 battle arts appeared in the sky, and all of them were superior battle arts. Their terrifying power shook the heavens and earth. Boom! The 7 battle arts drowned Qin Feiyang and turned him into ashes in an instant. However, there were no screams, and no blood gushed out. Not good. It's an illusion. The 7 people's expressions changed. Guiyuan sword art, annihilation. At the same time, a bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded from behind, like a devil from hell, making people feel cold all over. The group of people suddenly turned around, including the old woman in black and the other 6 people. Immediately, they saw Qin Feiyang standing in the void behind them. He raised his arm and a red sword aura burst out from his fingertip. Clang! In the blink of an eye, 20 sword shadows appeared in the sky. Their terrifying sharpness swept across the sky and slashed towards the group of people. Quick! The old woman in black shouted. Boom! Roar! The group of people used various techniques. Some activated their battle souls. Some used their battle arts. They blasted towards the 20 sword shadows. Clang! Crack! Boom! At that moment, loud noises resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Terrifying auras swept out in all directions like tsunamis in the ocean. In the sky, the sword shadows were collapsing, the battle arts were disintegrating, and the battle souls were also collapsing. Fut! Qin Feiyang's body shook violently and he kept retreating, blood spurting out from his mouth. This is not good. Yin Yuanming whispered. The lady in purple nodded. The Lu family's lineup was very strong. 7 8-star combat emperors, 11 7-star combat emperors, 15 6-star combat emperors, and 25-star combat emperors. Moreover, all of them had mastered high-grade battle arts. Qin Feiyang's combat strength was indeed shocking. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would be able to crush a 7-star combat emperor. He even had the strength to fight an 8-star combat emperor. However, it was too much for him to fight against 10 people alone. To be exact, he was simply courting death. Let's kill him in one go. The old woman in black shouted. The aura of the group of people from the Lu family skyrocketed. Waves of battle arts and battle souls crushed the sword shadows and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Yin Yuanming's eyelids twitched. He turned to look at the lady in purple and said in a low voice, "Pavilion Master, are you not going to help him?" "Of course I will. However, since he dares to say that he will massacre the Lu family, he must have some hidden trump cards. Let's wait for a while more," the lady in purple said, locking her gaze on Qin Feiyang. Her eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. "Trump cards?" Yin Yuanming frowned and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. He was stunned. Although Qin Feiyang was covered in blood and his face was as pale as paper, he did not show the slightest bit of nervousness or fear in the face of the battle arts and battle souls. His eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. Until now, he was still so confident. It seemed like this little guy really had something to rely on. In the blink of an eye, the battle souls and battle arts had arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. At this moment, almost no one believed that he could turn the tables and turn the situation around. The servants and disciples of the Lu family, including the old woman in black, were all smiling brightly. This time, they would definitely send this little bastard to hell. Moreover, as long as Qin Feiyang died, the Lu family's current predicament would be resolved. At that time, the Zhenbao Pavilion would definitely beg them for help. But just as they were indulging in their fantasies, Qin Feiyang made another move. He put away the Chang Shui and stepped into the void. After stabilizing his body, he stretched out his hands and golden light burst out from his palms. A shocking scene appeared. The battle arts and battle souls stopped in the void in front of Qin Feiyang and were in a stalemate with Qin Feiyang. How could this be? The old woman in black and the others were shocked. Puff. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body shook, and blood spurted out from his mouth. His 2 arms were lacerated, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The heart-wrenching pain caused his veins to bulge and his face to become distorted. Although the return formula was extremely powerful, there was a limit to it. Now, the combined attack of dozens of people from the Lu family was far beyond what he could withstand. However, at this moment, he could not fail or give up. Because once he gave up, the battle arts and battle souls in front of him could instantly tear him into pieces and destroy him. Crack. The bones in his arms began to break. So what if you can block it? You'll still die in the end. The dozens of people from the Lu family sneered. Little Qin Zi, Wolf King shouted anxiously and his eyes were filled with worry. The Grand Elder and the other 2 seized the opportunity and punched the Wolf King. Roar. It released an anguished howl, and like a meteor, it shot into the heavens, dyeing the sky red with blood. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wolf King. The murderous aura in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by a demon. His entire body was surrounded by blood-red murderous aura. The Lu family, I'll destroy you bit by bit. I'll make you disappear from the city. His face was ferocious and hysterical. The word return appeared on his palm. Crack. Boom. In an instant, the battle souls and battle arts in front of him suddenly turned in the air and rolled toward the old woman in black and the others. At the same time, both of his hands were also shattered into pieces. However, he seemed to be unable to feel the pain. With a thought, a regeneration pill and a healing pill appeared out of thin air and he swallowed them. Then. Chapter 436. How could this be? How could the battle arts and fighting souls be reflected back? What did Qin Feiyang do just now? Seeing this scene, the people who were watching the battle from afar all glared at the scene. I heard that the same thing happened when he fought with Dongqing. Could this be a battle art? Yin Yuanming was surprised. Is there such a battle art in this world? The lady in purple whispered. Everyone in the Lu family turned pale with fright. How could it be reflected back? They all felt like they were dreaming. Old Four, get out of the way. The 3 elders who were not far away saw the black-clothed old woman and the others and were shocked by the sudden scene. They quickly shouted. But it was too late. The battle arts and fighting souls swarmed and drowned the group of people. Immediately, screams resounded through the sky. 25-star combat emperors were torn into pieces in an instant. 15 6-star combat emperors wanted to escape, but the fighting souls and battle arts were too fierce and unstoppable. In less than 3 breaths, their blood was splattered all over the place. The black-clothed old woman and 11 7-star combat emperors escaped. This was because their strength and speed were 1 level higher than the 5 and 6-star combat emperors. But even though they managed to escape, they were still severely injured. The 11 7-star combat emperors were beyond recognition. They were covered in blood and their eyes, which were full of vigor, were now filled with weakness. A few of them even had their arms crushed and blood gushed out. At this moment, they were like arrows at the end of their flight. The black-clothed old woman and the other 6 were slightly better, but they were also covered with cuts and bruises and were on the verge of death. The people who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang would definitely die. But they never expected that Qin Feiyang could turn the situation around with just one move. And it also caused a huge loss to the Lu family. One must know. The 5 and 6-star combat emperors were the mainstays of the Lu family. Now that they were all dead, it was an irreparable wound to the Lu family. Damned beast. I swear that I will tear you into pieces. Die. The eyes of the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Patriarch of the Lu clan all turned blood-red. They roared at the same time and raised their hands to point at the air. 3 streams of battle chi streaked across the sky and shot towards Qin Feiyang. Roar. But at this moment, Wolf King descended from the sky and stood behind Qin Feiyang. His millstone-sized eyes emitted a terrifying and ominous glint. You are the ones who will die. The 2 ribs crushed the 3 battle chiefs, causing them to crumble. Following closely Wolf King used the void evasion step and charged towards the three of them furiously like a ferocious beast descending into the world. Its murderous intent was the same as Qin Fei Yang's. It had been completely aroused. In the meantime, Qin Fei Yang also charged towards the black-clothed old woman and the others. His cold face was like an emotionless death god. The old woman in black stared at Qin Fei Yang and said to the 11 7-stars battle emperors behind her in a deep voice, "All of you, go and heal your wound." Swoosh. The 11 of them did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the back. Because now, they could no longer be of any help. Staying behind would be equivalent to courting death. Qin Fei Yang glanced at the 11 of them and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the old woman in black and said indifferently, "I want to thank all of you. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to wipe out the Lu family. These 7 people were the most powerful. The lethality of their battle arts and battle souls was naturally more shocking. The 25 stars battle emperors and 15 6-stars battle emperors that died were basically killed by the battle souls and battle arts of these 7 people. In other words, it was these 7 people who killed 35 of their family members with their own hands." Hearing Qin Fei Yang's words, the old woman in black and the other 6 people's faces suddenly became ferocious. "Bastard! I will tear you apart and cut you into 8 pieces." The 7 of them were in a frenzy. They activated their battle souls and performed their battle arts. Once again, they charged towards Qin Fei Yang. "Is that so? You will regret it soon." Qin Fei Yang smiled coldly. A fire lotus rose into the sky. It was his fire lotus battle soul. However, the fire lotus only had 2 fire lotus leaves at the moment. Although the power of the fire lotus leaf's explosion was terrifying, it had a flaw that required a certain amount of time to repair. Every day, it could only repair 1 fire lotus leaf. Not long ago, when he was fighting with Wu Yang and the others in the inner palace, Qin Fei Yang had detonated 7 fire lotus leaves. Now, there were only 2 fire lotus leaves left. Swoosh. With a thought, the 2 fire lotus leaves fell off and flew towards the 7 battle souls and battle arts. They were about to collide. But suddenly, the 2 fire lotus leaves rose into the sky and avoided the battle souls and battle arts. They whizzed past the 7 people's heads and continued to shoot towards the back. That's right. Qin Fei Yang's target was not the 7 people in black, but the 11 7-star combat emperors who had retreated to the back to recuperate. This sudden turn of events caused the 7 of them to be stunned. But then, they saw through Qin Fei Yang's intention. They quickly turned around and shouted at the 11 people, "His target is all of you. Run. All of us." The 11 people were shocked and quickly fled in fear. "Don't you think it's a little too late to escape now?" The corner of Qin Fei Yang's mouth lifted. He pursed his lips into a cold smile and shouted, "Explode." Boom. The 2 fire lotus leaves exploded at the same time, giving birth to a destructive aura that drowned the 11 people in an instant. Ah! Blood-curdling screams suddenly sounded and spread in all directions. At the same time, the 7 battle souls and battle arts of the 7 people in black also arrived in front of Qin Fei Yang. But this time, he didn't face them head-on. He chose to dodge. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The battle arts and battle souls of the 7 people in black hit nothing. But the 11 7-star combat emperors of the Lu family were already at the end of their rope. How could they withstand the attack of the fire lotus leaves? Not a single one of them survived. All of them died. The mutilated corpses fell to the ground. Looking at the 11 corpses, the crowd in the distance was dumbfounded. The Lu family had suffered a great loss. One should know that every combat emperor required a large amount of resources and a large amount of time to nurture them. The Lu family had been in the city for so many years, but they had only cultivated 11 7-star combat emperors. But all of them were gone in an instant. Everything they had done before was in vain. To the Lu family, this could be said to be a disaster. The 7 people in black were also stunned. It was as if they couldn't accept this cruel fact and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The 3 people in black were also in a daze. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Good job. Wolf King turned around and looked at the corpses. He was very happy. But the battle was not over yet. Swoosh. He turned around and looked at the three people in black. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Previously, the three of them attacked him while he was distracted. Now, he was going to let them have a taste of their own medicine. He used the air escape step and landed in front of the three people. Then, he smashed two of his ribs at them. Patriarch Lu and the other two people in black were shocked. They regained their senses and immediately started to run. But they were too late. Bang! 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 The ribs were hard and hard to break. When they were smashed, they screamed and fell to the ground. I won't give you a chance to turn the tables. Wolf King sneered and swooped down. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air again. His shattered arm had been repaired. He looked down at Wolf King and shouted, "Kill them. You don't need to tell me. I know." Wolf King's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Bastard, I'll kill you." At the same time, the black-clothed old woman and the others roared as they charged towards Qin Feiyang, their hearts filled with anger. They had lost their minds. There was only one thought in their minds. Kill Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked up at the seven of them. His gaze was grim. Although the seven of them were heavily injured, they had 8 Star War souls. With the help of their battle techniques and battle souls, he was far from a match for them. Most importantly, there was not a single 9-leaf fire lotus left. The Scarlet Sword Qi had also been depleted. Now, his only trump cards were the Chang Shui, the Return Formula, and the Purple Gold Dragon Soul. The Purple Gold Dragon Soul was definitely not activated. Once it was activated, it would alarm the Mansion Master. The Mansion Master would definitely start to suspect something. Therefore, he could only use the Chang Shui and the Return Formula now. Whoosh! Golden light shone from his left palm. He held the Chang Shui tightly in his right hand. With these two trump cards, he was not afraid of a battle. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. This was the aura of a battle master. There was no doubt. Old Monster Lu was here. He looked in the direction and immediately saw a fiery red voice piercing through the air. It was a white-haired old man. He wore a bright red robe and looked hale and hearty. Who else could it be but Old Monster Lu? However, at this moment, his old face was filled with anger, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. "You're courting death." He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King. His old hand pointed in the air, and 2 waves of battle chi shot toward the man and the wolf respectively. His killing intent was bone-chilling. Qin Feiyang shouted, "White-eyed wolf, come here. Why did you have to come now of all times?" The Wolf King was a little annoyed. This was because if it had a little more time, it would have finished off the Lu family's patriarch and the other 2. "Damn it, I can't work for nothing." It gritted its teeth and continued to charge toward the 3 of them. Just as it was about to close in, the 2 ribs on its claws were like 2 daggers that suddenly stabbed into the first and second Elder's Sea of Qi. Ah! The 2 of them immediately screamed in pain. Seeing this scene, everyone froze. Everyone thought that when Old Monster Lu came, Ruffian Wolf would stop. Even Yin Yuanming and the purple-clothed woman thought so. But they didn't expect that it would actually try to kill the 2 elders. Did this guy not want to live anymore? This bastard. Qin Feiyang was also a little stunned, but he was the first to regain his senses. After cursing in his heart, he swooped down towards the Wolf King like lightning. Wolf King pulled out 2 ribs, and was also prepared to get rid of the Lu family's patriarch. At this moment, Old Monster Lu also came back to his senses. "Bastard, you really deserve to die." Immediately, with a furious roar, the pressure of the War Master roared out, enveloping dozens of li of land. In an instant, Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King were imprisoned in the air. As for the 2 streams of battle chi that shot out, they were firmly locked onto the man and the wolf. "Little Qin Zi, what should we do?" The Wolf King anxiously roared. "How would I know? Just wait for death." Qin Feiyang was incomparably furious. The pressure of the War Master was not something that the War Emperor could compare to. Chapter 437. You're dead meat. The black-clothed old woman and her group of 7 glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and began to retreat. Patriarch Lu also retreated with the Grand Elder and the other 2. Because old monster Lu was too strong. If they were to approach Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, they would definitely be implicated. Pavilion Master, it's your turn. Yin Yuanming turned to look at the purple-clothed woman. Right now, only the Pavilion Master could save Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. To be exact, it was Wolf King. Because Qin Feiyang could hide in the castle at any time, he was not afraid of old monster Dong at all. The purple-clothed woman glanced at old monster Lu and took a step forward. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. So many people against a child, does your Lu family still know what shame is? Before he could finish his words, a man and a woman descended from the sky. It was Lu Yun, Yang Nanshan. Lu Yun's aura was even stronger than before. Obviously, she had already consumed the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. Before entering the inner hall, Qin Feiyang had given her 6 pills, 3 potential pills, 2 potential pills, and 1 9-chew yellow dragon pill. Although Lu Yun was a 9-star war emperor and the 9-chew yellow dragon pill could not allow her to directly step into the war master, it could help her break through the bottleneck. Just like Yang Nanshan back then, he only needed to cultivate for a few more hours and he would be able to easily enter the War Master. And now, the aura she exuded was that of a 1-star War Master. Looks like I don't need to do anything. The purple-clothed woman muttered, glancing at Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun. She immediately retracted her steps. Qin Feiyang was also overjoyed, and shouted, Uncle Yang, Elder Lu, don't worry about me, quickly go and help the white-eyed wolf. Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately flew towards Wolf King. Break for me. At the same time, Qin Feiyang roared, his teeth bared and the veins all over his body bulged. With a loud bang, he finally broke free from the shackles and disappeared in the next moment. Bastard. He actually let him run away again. The black-clothed old woman and the others were furious. Swish. Lu Yun and Yang Nanshan were also standing in front of Wolf King. Lu Yun looked at the incoming battle chi and whispered, Old Monster Lu is a 2-star combat grandmaster. He can't be underestimated. Understood. Yang Nanshan nodded. Boom. The 2 of them waved their hands and formed 2 great battle arts, which blasted toward the battle chi. With a loud bang, the battle chi was instantly annihilated. Old Monster Lu frowned. Next. With a thought, the battle chi that was originally shooting towards Qin Feiyang suddenly changed direction and shot towards Wolf King from behind. Looks like he won't give up until he kills Wolf King. Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun's eyes turned cold. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the 2 battle arts rotated in the air before hurtling toward the battle chi. Boom. His battle chi collapsed again. Old Monster Lu frowned and looked at Lu Yun. When did you break through to become a 1-star battle ancestor? What? Elder Lu has also broken through to War Master. With the addition of Yang Nanshan, Sacred Hall is even stronger now. The crowd in the distance discussed in low voices. The old woman in black and the others also looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Lu Yun swept his gaze across the 7 of them, looked at old monster Lu, and said coldly, This is my private matter, it has nothing to do with you. Also, if you dare to make a move again, then this elder can only take it that your Lu family is declaring war on my sacred hall. She added. Declaration of war? Old monster Lu was instantly enraged, and shouted, Don't you have eyes? It's clearly those 2 little bastards who are behaving atrociously in my Lu family. Shua. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared, and with a few flashes, he landed beside Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun. Wolf King also retracted his ribs, turned into the size of a palm, and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Can't the 2 of you stop for a moment? Yang Nanshan turned his head and glared at them. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King smiled embarrassedly. Yang Nanshan rolled his eyes and said expressionlessly, Speak, what's going on? It's like this. We're here to challenge the Lu family, and the Lu family had agreed. But they couldn't beat the white-eyed wolf, so they got Steward Lu to sneak an attack on me. I definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. In the end, I accidentally killed Steward Lu. That's enough. We've stirred up a hornet's nest. Those shameless old fools from the Lu family immediately came up to kill me. I had no choice but to retaliate. Qin Feiyang shrugged helplessly. Lu Yun frowned and said, "Then why did you challenge them?" "I was just itching to spar with them, but who would have thought that they would be so despicable? This Lu family is really a huge disgrace to the state capital," Wolf King said indignantly. "They are indeed despicable." Lu Yun scoffed and looked up at the Lu family's patriarch. He asked, "You heard it too, right? Do you think there's a need to pursue this matter?" Old Monster Lu's face sank as he looked at the Lu family head and shouted, "Is that true?" The Lu family head stammered. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Lu family head, there are many people around who witnessed the entire process. Don't lie through your teeth." "Shut up." The Lu family head roared, his gaze extremely sinister. Old Monster Lu glanced at the crowd in the distance and lowered his head to look coldly at the Lu family head. He shouted, "Answer me." The Lu family head's body trembled as he nodded and said, "Patriarch, that's indeed the case. Don't you have a brain? If they wanted to challenge you, wouldn't you reject them?" Old Monster Lu flew into a rage. The Lu family head hurriedly said, "They said that as long as we win, they will remove the ban on Precious Treasure Pavilion." "Stupid. Don't you know who they are? Why would they be so kind? It's fine if they lost, but they actually got the steward to sneak an attack on him. They even ganged up on him. Aren't you humiliating our Lu family by doing this? How can our Lu family establish itself in the state capital in the future? You really have a pig's brain." Old Monster Lu glared at the Lu family head, so angry that his body was trembling. "I was wrong." The Lu family head lowered his head, his face also full of regret. Qin Feiyang said, "I say, can you give me the bet first, then slowly teach him a lesson?" "Bet?" Old Monster Lu was stunned and frowned. "What bet?" "All the savings of your Lu family. This is what the Lu family head personally agreed to. Don't try to go back on your word." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "What?" Old Monster Lu's eyes widened in anger. Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun were also extremely shocked. The Lu family was now banned by Precious Treasure Pavilion. If they lost their savings, they would be dead. He actually dared to make such a huge bet. Was this Lu family head an idiot? Old Monster Lu suddenly looked at the Lu family head and said, "Tell me, this is not true." "Patriarch, the Lu family head lowered his head, not daring to speak, nor did he dare to look at Old Monster Lu's eyes. "Why would I leave the Lu family to an idiot like you to manage?" Old Monster Lu cried out in grief. Puff. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression also became haggard. In an instant, Old Monster Lu seemed to have changed into a different person. The black-clothed old woman said, "Patriarch, although we agreed, he killed so many of our clansmen. It should be enough to offset it, right? Do you still have any shame? I killed them because you guys made the first move. Don't tell me I'll just stand here and let you guys kill me. If you still think you haven't lost enough face, then continue." Qin Feiyang smiled obsequiously. The black-clothed old woman was furious to the extreme and roared, "Little bastard, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one to the death. To be honest, I'm not afraid of you." Qin Feiyang glanced at her from the corner of his eyes filled with disdain. "Then come." The black-clothed old woman took a step forward, her entire body filled with hostility. "Enough. My old face has been completely lost by you guys. If you're willing to bet, you're willing to admit defeat. Immediately take out all your savings and give it to them." Old Monster Lu roared. Patriarch, the Lu family head, the black-clothed old woman, and the other 7 people, as well as the servants and disciples of the Lu family below, all changed their expressions. "I don't want to say it a second time," Old Monster Lu said word by word. Obviously, he was on the verge of exploding. The Lu family head's body and mind trembled. He hurriedly brought the Grand Elder and Second Elder and flew to the black-clothed old woman and the other 7 people. After handing over the Grand Elder and Second Elder to the 7 people, they dived down to the main hall below. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Uncle Yang, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip here, in case he hides something." "Okay." Yang Nanshan nodded and turned into a ray of light, chasing after the Lu family head. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the Grand Elder and Second Elder. Both of them were unconscious and their lower abdomens were still bleeding. White-eyed wolf, did you destroy their qi? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to Yang Nanshan. 100%. Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. 2 9-star combat emperors were crippled. 11 7-star combat emperors, 15 6-star combat emperors, and 25-star combat emperors were killed. He even obtained all of the Lu family's savings. It could be considered a successful bloodbath. He glanced at the black-clothed old woman and the others and whispered, Elder Lu, can you help me check if the Lu family's third elder is present? Why? You still want to kill him? Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. With old monster Lu around, how would I dare? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. I don't think there's anything you don't dare to do. Lu Yun rolled his eyes and sighed. To be honest, I'm very worried that one day, you will become the enemy of the entire world. There's no need to worry. Even if we exterminate the Lu family, no one will dare to do anything to us. Wolf King chuckled. Huh? Lu Yun was stunned and said in surprise, you're that confident? Wolf King said proudly, of course, we have someone backing us. Someone is backing us. Lu Yun's body trembled and asked, who is it? Seeing that Wolf King was getting carried away and was about to spill the beans, Qin Feiyang hurriedly coughed dryly and glared at it. Lu Yun looked at the man and Wolf suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Elder Lu, don't listen to its nonsense. Help me check if the third elder is present. Is it nonsense? Lu Yun muttered inwardly. He glanced at the black-clothed old woman and the others before lowering his head to scan the huge Lu family. Gradually, a hint of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked in a low voice. Strange, such a big thing happened. Even old monster Lu was alarmed. Why didn't the third elder appear? Lu Yun frowned. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other as a cold glint flashed across their eyes. That's right. Chapter 438. Wolf King transmitted his voice, Little Qin Zi, can we eliminate the Lu family now? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. But after some thought, he said, wait, there's something I'm puzzled about. What is it? Wolf King asked. When I saw the first and second elders activate their war souls, I suddenly thought of a problem. A person's appearance can be changed, but their war soul is absolutely impossible to change. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang said, I remember that when Shiming fought with you in the martial arts practice field, he activated his fighting soul, right? Wolf King transmitted his voice, yes, his war soul was taken by me. If this Shiming is really the third elder in disguise, why didn't Lu Yun recognize him when he activated his war soul? Qin Feiyang said. Yes, why? It's so strange. Wolf King was bewildered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he turned to Lu Yun and said, Elder, have you seen Shiming's war soul before the temple's grand tournament? Lu Yun was stunned, not knowing why Qin Feiyang suddenly asked such a question, but he answered truthfully, I've been with him for so many years, so of course I've seen it. It's a leopard-shaped beast. Qin Feiyang asked, have you seen the war soul of the third elder? The war soul of the third elder? Lu Yun pondered for a moment and shook his head, no, because I don't have much interaction with the Lu family, and the third elder rarely appears. Qin Feiyang nodded. Whoosh. At this moment, Yang Nanshan flew over, took out a Chenkuan bag from his bosom, and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Qin Feiyang took it and said with a smile. Why are you being so polite with me? Yang Nanshan rolled his eyes. He looked up at Old Monster Lu and said, Can we go now? Old Monster Lu said, Go ahead. Yang Nanshan retracted his gaze and whispered, Feiyang, hurry up and return to the inner hall, lest the Lu clan finds trouble with you again. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I have to go to the Saint Palace and borrow the alchemy room. Lu Yun asked in puzzlement, Isn't there an alchemy room in the inner sanctum? Qin Feiyang said, Let's go to the Holy Palace first. All right. Lu Yun looked at him helplessly and opened a teleportation door. The four of them quickly left. Ancestor, what should we do now? Patriarch Lu, the old woman in black, and the others immediately flew over to eccentric Lu and looked at him with pleading eyes. You still have the face to ask me? Old monster Lu glared at them angrily. The 8 of them lowered their heads. Alas! Old monster Lu let out a long sigh and asked, how's the situation with the first and second elders? They are only unconscious now, but their sea of qi is broken. When they wake up, they will be crippled. The old woman in black said sorrowfully. That damned beast. I will kill it sooner or later. Old monster Lu's face was as dark as water. Intense killing intent surged in his eyes. There will be a chance to eliminate Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf at any time. The most important thing now is to solve the problem of resources. If we don't solve it in time, I'm afraid our Lu family will be in chaos soon. A white-haired old man said worriedly. Old monster Lu nodded and took a deep breath. I'll go to the manor lord and see if he can get Lu Xingchen and Ren Wushuang married as soon as possible. Before that, you have to appease the people. Patriarch Lu and the others nodded. As long as Lu Xingchen and Ren Wushuang married, Precious Treasure Pavilion would no longer dare to ban the Lu family. The Holy Palace. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared in the sky above the square outside the Pillfire Hall. Isn't that senior brother Qin? Why is he back again? As soon as the disciples in the square saw Qin Feiyang's appearance, they revealed a suspicious expression. High in the sky. Lu Yun looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Can you tell me now? I promised Yin Yuan Ming that he would give us pills with 2 patterns every month. The inner hall has a 4th grade pill fire. The pills refined have 3 patterns. I don't want anyone to know that I can refine pills with 3 patterns, so I can only come to the Holy Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Yun said in realization, so that's how it is. Qin Feiyang sized up Lu Yun and asked, Elder, have you consumed the potential pills and potential pills? Yes. After sending you to the inner hall, I immediately came to find Yang Nanshan. It was also Yang Nanshan who helped me open the door of potential. In short, I have to thank you properly. Lu Yun smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, You have helped me so many times. I should be the one thanking you. All right, don't stand on ceremony. If you have any difficulties in the future, send me a message. Although I might not dote on you like Yang Nanshan, at least I won't leave you in the lurch. Lu Yun said. Yang Nanshan rubbed his nose and asked, Did I dote on him? Lu Yun said indifferently, You know very well whether you did or not. Yang Nanshan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. After chatting for a while, Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun left. Qin Feiyang also landed on the square. After greeting Elder Di and Lu Yun, he entered the Pillfire Hall. Soon, he arrived at the door of Alchemy Room 2. But at this moment, the stone door of Alchemy Room 1 opened and a white-robed man walked out. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other. Why was it Xiao Hong? But after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing had both gone to the inner hall. Lu Ziyuan and Dong Cheng were also dead. Now, Xiao Hong's talent was the best. And with Xiao Hong's flamboyant personality, he would definitely occupy Alchemy Room 1 immediately after Murong Jing left. Seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly appear, Xiao Hong was a little stunned. When he came back to his senses, he asked nervously, Why are you back? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Don't worry, I'm not here to snatch your alchemy room. I just want to borrow your alchemy room. Borrow? Xiao Hong frowned. Qin Feiyang said, Why do you look like you don't welcome me? Xiao Hong's pupils constricted. He hurriedly retreated to the side and said with a smile, Welcome, of course you're welcome. You can use it for as long as you want. Please come in. What a joke. Would he dare to refuse if this fierce man wanted to borrow his alchemy room? He didn't want to follow in Lu Ziyuan and Dong Cheng's footsteps. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, and strode in. This was his first time entering Alchemy Room 1. In fact, it wasn't much different from Alchemy Room 2. It was just slightly bigger. After looking around casually, Qin Feiyang walked into the alchemy room and took out the Grade 3 alchemy furnace, the 9-yang cauldron. Xiao Hong stood outside the alchemy room and said, I just received news that you and Wolf King had a great show of power in the Lu family. Is that true? Qin Feiyang smiled without turning his head. You're quite well informed. Xiao Hong's gaze trembled. How could this man and Wolf be so bold? Suddenly, a glint flashed across his eyes. What kind of elixir was Qin Feiyang preparing to refine? Could it be the potential elixir? If it was really the potential elixir, then he couldn't miss this good opportunity. Even if he couldn't learn it, he would know what kind of herbs were used to refine the potential elixir. As long as he knew these herbs, with his Xiao family's financial resources, he would be able to take all the herbs in the entire spiritual state. At that time, when Qin Feiyang needed herbs, wouldn't he have to beg him? The idea was beautiful. But would Qin Feiyang give him this opportunity? Of course not. Qin Feiyang said, when I'm refining pills, I don't like outsiders around. Can you leave for a while? Huh? Xiao Hong was slightly stunned and immediately became annoyed. This is my alchemy room, okay? Is it yours? Wolf King turned around and looked at him unkindly. Isn't it? Xiao Hong frowned. Think about it carefully. Is it really yours? Wolf King's eyes became more and more unfriendly. Xiao Hong's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, but suddenly, he shuddered and hurriedly said, No, 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 it's yours. It's yours. I'll go out immediately. After saying that, he left the alchemy room with a belly full of unwillingness. At the same time, in his heart, a thick anger surged out uncontrollably. Not only did he occupy the alchemy room, he even threatened him. Did he really think he was the boss? Just wait, he would get his revenge sooner or later. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked out and said with a smile, Thank you. Xiao Hong immediately piled up a smile on his face and waved his hand, You're welcome. If you need it again next time, just come directly. There will definitely be a next time. Qin Feiyang smiled, opened a portal, and walked in with Wolf King. Fuck. Can't you tell that I'm just being polite? Bastard, you can continue to be arrogant. I'll see how long you can be arrogant. As soon as the portal dissipated, Xiao Hong immediately jumped up and cursed angrily. Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang appeared in the lounge and immediately saw Yin Yuanming sitting calmly beside the tea table. Moreover, it was as if he had already known that Qin Feiyang would come and had already brewed tea. Yin Yuanming chuckled and said, My big gold lord, you're finally here. Please take a seat. Qin Feiyang sat opposite Yin Yuanming. Looking at the teacup on the tea table, his face twitched. This old fellow was indeed very shrewd. Without any nonsense, he directly took out a jade box and threw it to Yin Yuanming. Yin Yuanming opened it and saw that there were only 3 pills inside. 2 red fire-colored glass pills, 1 potential pill. He was stunned, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and asked, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and this is all you give me? Too little? Then give it back to me. Qin Feiyang reached out to snatch it back. Don't. Yin Yuanming hurriedly put it away and said with a smile, What I mean is, pills like Battle Chi Pill and Regeneration Pill, can you also refine some for me? I don't have time now. We'll talk about it later. I want to ask you something. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Yin Yuanming was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, Do you know what the battle soul of the 3 elders of the Lu family is? He didn't want to drop the ball at a critical moment, so this matter had to be investigated clearly. Yin Yuanming thought for a moment and shook his head. I've never seen it before. Is it important? If it's important, I'll help you ask around. It's very important. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Yuanming was stunned and said, What's so important about a battle soul? I really don't know what you're thinking all day long. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Just help me ask around, the sooner the better. Okay. Yin Yuanming nodded, and his old eyes flashed. Do you still have the Juku yellow dragon pill you gave me last time? What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang frowned. If this thing is auctioned, it will definitely be sold at an unprecedented price, creating an unsurpassable legend. Yin Yuanming's eyes lit up. Swish. Qin Feiyang directly got up, opened a portal, and said, Get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Chapter 439. He would never auction the Juku Yellow Dragon pill, because the effect was too heaven-defying. If the Dong family or the Lu family obtained it, they would be able to create a war master expert in minutes. This was not a good thing for him. Back in the inner hall, Qin Feiyang did not refine pills. He directly entered the castle and prepared to copy the Huan character formula. As his strength increased, the people he came into contact with would also become stronger. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. At least before entering the imperial capital, he had to break through to the War Master realm. But when he saw the pangolin, his gaze became strange again. This guy had not broken through yet. Could it be that he was stuck at the 4-star War King level? If this continued, he would not be able to help at all when he entered the imperial capital. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Pangolin, your speed is too slow. Why don't we change our method?" "What method?" The pangolin opened his eyes, which were filled with anticipation. "The reason why your current cultivation speed is so slow is because you haven't opened the door of potential. Why don't you take the Juku Yellow Dragon pill first? When you break through to the 9-star War King level and open the first 4 levels of the door of potential, your speed will naturally increase greatly." Qin Feiyang said, "That's a good idea. But I want to be like Brother Wolf and cultivate to the 9-star War King level before taking it. This way, I can rush to the 5-star War Emperor." The pangolin said, I'm not trying to discourage you. At your speed, even if you have 50 years, you might not be able to cultivate to the 9-star War King level." Wolf King said disdainfully. The pangolin said angrily, What? Did I say something wrong? When you really cultivate to the 9-star War King level, I might have already stepped into the 9-star War Master. Let me tell you, if you don't do as little Qinzi says, the gap between you and us will only get bigger and bigger." Wolf King sneered. "It seems to make sense." The pangolin muttered. It was rare that he did not argue with Wolf King. Wolf King rolled his eyes and said snappily, "Nonsense, it doesn't make sense, it makes sense. All right, I will take the Juku Yellow Dragon pill." The pangolin nodded. Indeed. If this continued, it might not even be qualified to carry the Wolf King's shoes. Not to mention surpassing Wolf King. That's right. Its wish was to beat up Wolf King one day and step on him a few times while it was at it. Qin Feiyang took out a 9-chew yellow dragon pill with 5 veins. When the pangolin broke through to the 9-star Battle Monarch realm, it would open the door to its potential with the help of the Wolf King. The whole process had tormented it to death. It really didn't want to do it a second time, but when it thought of the opportunity to beat up Wolf King, it gritted its teeth and persevered. After opening the 4th level of the Gate of Potential, it collapsed onto the ground and couldn't help but twitch all over. Only after a long time did he regain his senses. Qin Feiyang opened the 6-word divine formula and prepared to copy it. However, the image crystal suddenly started to move. When he took it out, Yin Yuanming's illusory image appeared. Yin Yuanming smiled and said, "I've asked around." "So fast?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Do you think I dare to neglect your matter? As soon as you left, I asked the stewards of the West, North, and South City. The steward of the treasure pavilion in the West City had seen the battle soul of the 3rd elder. It's said to be a leopard-shaped battle soul." Yin Yuanming said. "That's right." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Shi Ming's battle soul was also a leopard-shaped battle soul. The 3rd elder could completely impersonate him. And the same battle soul was also relatively common. Yin Yuanming said, "Can you tell me your purpose now?" "You'll know soon." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously and turned off the image crystal. Sitting in the treasure pavilion's lounge, Yin Yuanming's face was full of helplessness. Fatso opened his eyes and asked, "Boss, can we directly take down the Lu family now?" Qin Feiyang said, "Definitely." Wolf King's spirit was lifted, and immediately lost his enthusiasm for cultivation, and urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and act." "Wait." Fatso stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, "It's too boring to take them down like this, why don't we add some stakes?" "What stakes?" Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at him suspiciously. Fatso's eyes flashed with a cold light, and said, Let Lu Xingchen never have a chance to make a comeback. Wolf King said angrily, "Don't keep us in suspense, hurry up and say it." Then, the two men and one wolf got together and whispered to each other. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and said speechlessly, "You can even think of such a despicable thing. I really admire your brain." "Despicable?" Fatso asked. "It's not despicable at all, but very interesting," it's decided so happily. Wolf King laughed sinisterly. "You have to strike while the iron is hot, boss, hurry up and do it," Fatso urged. Qin Feiyang looked at them helplessly, closed the 6-word divine art, and nodded. "Okay, after dealing with the Lu family, I'll go into seclusion in peace." He waved his hand and left the castle with Wolf King. Soon, the mansion lord also sent a message to Qin Feiyang. He said that old monster Lu went to urge the marriage again, and he couldn't delay it for much longer, so he asked Qin Feiyang to hurry up. Qin Feiyang comforted him, then put away the image crystal and walked out of the alchemy room. "Have you heard? Not long ago, Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf went to the Lu family and made a scene again." "Really? It's absolutely true. I heard that the Lu family's 7-star War Emperor, 6-star War Emperor, and 5-star War Emperor were all wiped out. Even the Grand Elder and Second Elder were crippled by Ruffian Wolf, and their savings were also taken away. Then didn't the Lu family suffer a heavy loss?" "Aren't you talking nonsense? The Lu family is now at the end of their rope. Those two bastards are fierce, aren't they?" Outside, the disciples of the Pill-Fire Palace gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing. But when the stone door of alchemy room number 2 opened, and Qin Feiyang and Wolf King walked out, everyone fell silent. "What are you talking about? Let us hear it too." The Wolf King chuckled. Immediately, everyone's pupils shrank, and they all turned around and ran into their respective alchemy rooms, closing the stone door tightly. Wolf King was stunned and said angrily, "Damn, am I that scary? If not, would they run away?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and walked toward alchemy room number 4. But before he walked over, the stone door of alchemy room number 1 suddenly opened. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The mysterious expert finally showed up. He stopped and locked his gaze on alchemy room number 1. However, the person who walked out was Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why was he in alchemy room number 1? Was Lu Xingchen close to the owner of alchemy room number 1? Lu Xingchen walked out and was stunned when he saw Qin Feiyang. But then, his eyes turned cold. "You guys are really powerful. How dare you barge into the Lu family? This Lu really wants to know who gave you the guts to do this." He walked toward Qin Feiyang and Wolf King while speaking coldly. Wolf King joked, "Does the Lu family need to borrow guts from others?" "Only." Lu Xingchen's eyes turned cold and he sneered, "Continue being arrogant. That's for sure. How does it feel to run around naked? Do you want to run around naked again?" Wolf King joked. Lu Xingchen's body trembled and he couldn't help but clench his fists. But in the end, he endured it. "Let's wait and see." He sneered and jumped down. He landed at the bottom of the patio and rushed outside. Wolf King urged, "Follow him." "What's the hurry? If we follow too closely, he'll notice." Qin Feiyang whispered and followed him unhurriedly. After leaving the Pill-Fire Palace, Lu Xingchen flew toward the Cultivation Palace. Qin Feiyang didn't continue to follow him because it was too obvious. He swooped down with Wolf King and landed in the dense forest below the mountain stream. He waited quietly. Soon, Lu Xingchen walked out of the Cultivation Palace with a gloomy expression. He looked very irritated. After looking around, Lu Xingchen took to the air again and flew south. In the dense forest, Wolf King looked at Lu Xingchen and asked in confusion, "What's he doing running around?" "Who knows?" Qin Feiyang shrugged and retracted his aura. He shuttled through the dense forest. A moment later, Lu Xingchen landed on a mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there were many stones and ancient trees. Lu Xingchen walked to the edge of the cliff. He lowered his head and looked at the forest below. His brows were tightly knitted. Not long after, Qin Feiyang also climbed up the mountain peak and hid behind a big tree. Wolf King was still lying on his shoulder. He sent a voice transmission. Is he waiting for someone? He should be waiting for the three elders. Qin Feiyang thought. Whoosh. As expected. After dozens of breaths, a figure flew through the air and landed beside Lu Xingchen. If it wasn't Shiming, who else could it be? Shiming looked around and asked, "Did you look for the two kings?" Lu Xingchen nodded. Two kings? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could the owner of Alchemy Room 1 be one of the two kings of the inner palace? Shiming asked, "What's the result?" Lu Xingchen shook his head. No matter what I said, no matter what conditions I offered, they were not willing to help. I knew it would be like this. Qin Feiyang is like the sun in the sky now. Plus, he can refine potential pills. No one is willing to offend him for our Lu family. But now, our Lu family is in a very bad situation. The ancestor has given a death order. You must deal with Ren Wushuang as soon as possible. Shiming said. Deal with Ren Wushuang? Qin Feiyang was stunned. His gaze suddenly turned cold. He took out an image crystal and silently recorded this scene. Lu Xingchen was also slightly taken aback. He asked doubtfully, "Didn't the ancestor rush the marriage?" "What did the mansion lord say?" Shiming said, "The mansion lord has been delaying it. Although he didn't say it explicitly, we can already see that he doesn't approve of this marriage." He doesn't approve. Lu Xingchen's body trembled. He asked, "Then how should I deal with Ren Wushuang?" The ancestor said that desperate times call for desperate measures. As long as you and Ren Wushuang do it, the mansion lord will have to agree even if he doesn't. When that happens, not only will we solve the current problem, but our Lu family's status in the capital will also rise to a higher level. Shiming sneered. Lu Xingchen frowned. This is for you. Make a good plan. Remember, you must not fail. Because if you fail, our Lu family will be doomed eternally. Chapter 440. Lu Xingchen watched Shiming leave and opened the jade box. Inside lay a red elixir. Qin Feiyang poked his head out, and when he saw the elixir, his eyes trembled. What elixir? Wolf King sent a telepathic message. Aphrodisiac elixir. Qin Feiyang turned around and leaned against the tree, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. What's an aphrodisiac elixir? Wolf King was confused. Qin Feiyang said, it stimulates a person's lust and makes them uncontrollably yearn for it. What? Are they going to give Ren Wushuang an aphrodisiac elixir? Wolf King was bewildered. Isn't it obvious? Qin Feiyang sneered. Damn it, I'm going to kill him now. Wolf King was furious. Don't be rash. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and turned to look at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen grabbed the jade box and looked up at the sky, his eyes burning with anger. I alone am enough in the spiritual state. Why does there have to be another Qin Feiyang? He stood there muttering to himself, his hands tightly clenched together, and his face gradually twisted. If not for Qin Feiyang's sudden appearance, none of this would have happened. The Lu family would not have ended up in this state. Why, in the end? Lu Xingchen roared like a madman, his long hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen's back and murderous intent surged in his heart. Swoosh. At this moment, another black figure broke through the air and arrived. It was the woman in black who confronted Ren Wushuang when Lu Xingchen was running naked. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and put the jade box away. He turned to look at the woman in black and frowned. What are you doing here? Ren Wushuang obviously doesn't want to marry you. Why do you have to force him? The woman in black said faintly. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Xingchen said coldly and turned to leave. Lu Xingchen, stop being so stubborn. Ren Wushuang said it himself. You only have fame and fortune in your eyes, and women are just tools. She doesn't like you at all. No matter what you say, she won't marry you. You'd better give up now. The black-clothed woman said angrily. Lu Xingchen's body stiffened. He turned to look at the woman in black and asked, did she really say that? The woman in black nodded. Damn it. Lu Xingchen cursed in his heart. His eyes flashed and fell in front of the woman in black. He sighed. Shenmai, I've known about your feelings for a long time. What do you know? Don't you only have Ren Wuxuang in your eyes? The woman in black sneered. Lu Xingchen nodded. Yes, I neglected you in the past. I apologize. To be honest, I also like you very much. Like me? The woman in black trembled and looked at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was a little confused. Nonsense, of course there's adultery. Wolf King smiled slyly. Adultery? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This bastard with a human face but a beast's heart. He hasn't married my cheap sister yet, but he's already doing this. If they get married, won't he be even more unscrupulous? Lu Xingchen didn't notice the man and wolf hiding in the dark at all. He took 2 more steps forward and almost pressed his body against Shen Mai's. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. What's going to happen next? I'm really looking forward to it. Wolf King smiled slyly. This saves a lot of trouble. Qin Feiyang muttered. Fatso's evil plan was to find a few women to lie with Lu Xingchen. In this way, not only could he catch them in bed, but he could also make the rumors come true. At that time, Lu Xingchen would have no room to turn over. He thought it would be very troublesome, but he didn't expect that Lu Xingchen and the woman in black would make such a scene. Even if nothing happened now, as long as the recorded video was exposed to the world, Lu Xingchen's reputation would be tarnished. He looked at Shen Mai again. She was a little flustered at the moment. She did like Lu Xingchen for a long time. But Lu Xingchen's change was too sudden. She couldn't get used to it. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hands and directly hugged Shen Mai in his arms. Shen Mai instinctively struggled. Lu Xingchen said softly, I really like you. Don't reject me, okay? That one sentence made Shen Mai lose her composure. I pursued Ren Wuxuang only because of her identity and status. I don't have any feelings for her. But I'm sincere to you. It's just that I was afraid of being found out by Ren Wuxuang, so I didn't dare to show it. Lu Xingchen continued. Hearing this, Shen Mai stopped struggling. She looked up at Lu Xingchen and asked, Really? Lu Xingchen said, I swear to God. Shen Mai's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile as she said, Then are you prepared to give up on her and marry me? Marry? Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with disdain. He shook his head and said, I can't give her up yet. Why? Shen Mai pushed Lu Xingchen away with both hands. I have my difficulties. Lu Xingchen sighed deeply. What difficulties? Shen Mai frowned and asked. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment and sighed. You know the current situation of the Lu family. If I don't marry Ren Wuxuang, Zhenbao Pavilion won't lift the ban. Shen Mai fell silent. Lu Xingchen said again, Maya, you're a smart person. You should know that if we get married, not only will it not solve the problem, but it will also implicate you and your family. Don't say any more. Just pretend I've never been here. Shen Mai's eyes were a little wet. She turned to leave. Wait. Lu Xingchen hurriedly grabbed her and said, Listen to me, okay? Is there a need? Shen Mai looked at him coldly. Lu Xingchen said, I must get Ren Wuxuang. Can you help me? Bastard. Shen Mai immediately slapped Lu Xingchen's face. Good hit. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King secretly cheered. Lu Xingchen was stunned. I admit that I like you, but I'm not stupid enough to help you do this kind of thing. I also want to ask you. Don't you feel ashamed to let a woman who likes you help you get another woman? Shen Mai shouted angrily. After being shouted at by Shen Mai, Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. But the smile on his face remained. Lu Xingchen said, You're right. I'm a bastard. But only by doing this can I bring you happiness in the future. Shen Mai was stunned and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Lu Xingchen said, If the ban on Zhenbao Pavilion is not lifted, you're destined to live a life of hardship with me. Shen Mai said, I don't care. You don't care, but I care. I, Lu Xingchen, am 7 feet tall. How can I let the woman I love suffer with me? When Ren Wuxuang and I get married, Zhenbao Pavilion will definitely lift the ban immediately. When the time comes, I'll officially marry you and bring you to the Lu family. What do you think? Lu Xingchen grabbed Shen Mai's shoulders and asked in a low voice. Shen Mai was a little uncertain. Wolf King looked at him with disdain and said telepathically, although this bastard is scum, he's quite good at dealing with women. Little Qin Zi, you should learn from him. Get lost. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted and glared at it fiercely. Maya, are you with Ren Wushuang? Don't worry. When we get married, I'll have the final say. If I want to marry you, she won't dare to say no. Lu Xingchen reassured Shen Mai again. Shen Mai was silent for a while and asked, how do you want to deal with her? Stupid woman. Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. Even an idiot would be able to tell that Lu Xingchen's words were nothing but flowery words. Shen Mai actually believed him? Sure enough, the IQ of a woman in love was worrying. Lu Xingchen was also secretly overjoyed. He swept his gaze around, took out the jade box from his bosom, and said in a low voice, let's find an opportunity to let her consume this medicinal pill. Shen Mai took the jade box and opened it. She was shocked and said, aren't you afraid of angering the master? What's there to be afraid of? When she becomes my woman, what can the master do to me? Lu Xingchen sneered. You're crazy. I can't do such a thing. Shen Mai shook her head. Lu Xingchen's expression changed. He hurriedly hugged Shen Mai and comforted her. This concerns our future happiness. You must help me. Shen Mai was once again flustered. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. He lowered his head and kissed Shen Mai. When their lips touched, Shen Mai melted in an instant. Damn, do we have to put on a porn show? Wolf King's eyes widened. It's not suitable for children. Qin Feiyang reached out and covered its eyes. A moment later, Lu Xingchen looked up and begged, can you help me? Shen Mai thought for a while and said, I'll try. Lu Xingchen said, don't try. You must succeed. Okay. Shen Mai nodded. Thank you. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and said, when you succeed, send me a message immediately. Okay. Shen Mai nodded again. Then I'll go back first. I'll wait for your message. Lu Xingchen said gently with a smile on his face. Then, he turned around and flew away. Alas! Shen Mai sighed faintly. She also soared into the sky and flew toward the cultivation palace. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King also walked out. The show is finally about to begin. The Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took out the image crystal and quickly became excited. Very soon, Ren Wushuang's shadow appeared. Oh, isn't this the legendary Qin Feiyang? Why did you suddenly think of sending me a message? Immediately, Ren Wushuang said in a strange tone. Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly and said, Sis, I don't have time to talk nonsense now. There's something I want to ask you. Who is Shen Mai? Ren Wushuang frowned and said, why are you asking about her? Don't ask yet, tell me quickly. Qin Feiyang urged. She is the eldest daughter of the Shen family in the West City. She is quite talented and is now a 5-star war emperor. When we were young, we often played together. Oh right, her grandfather is also the city lord of the West City. Ren Wushuang said. His background is that big. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other. Chapter 441. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered slightly. He looked up at Ren Wushuang and said, give me your current coordinates. When Ren Wushuang gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang opened the transmission door and appeared in a cultivation room with Wolf King. The cultivation room was only 23 meters long and had no decorations. There was only a shabby futon. It was very simple. But it was very clean. Ren Wushuang was sitting on the futon at the moment. Wolf King glanced around and said in surprise, little girl Ren, you cultivate in such a place? Can't I? Ren Wushuang said expressionlessly. Wolf King said, okay, but compared with little Qin Zi's alchemy room, yours is simply a dog's kennel. Dog's kennel? Ren Wushuang suddenly stood up, stretched out her white hand, grabbed Wolf King's face, and said angrily, are you saying I'm a dog? No. You misunderstood. It hurts, let go. Wolf King wailed. Humph. Ren Wushuang snorted coldly, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and said angrily, You haven't come to see me after coming back for so long. What do you mean? I'm too busy. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Yes, we wanted to see you as soon as possible, but there were too many things to do and we couldn't leave. Wolf King nodded repeatedly. Is that so? Ren Wuxuang pursed her lips with a sneer. It was as if she was saying, do you think I'm a fool? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other, full of helplessness. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face became extremely serious, and he said, Sister, don't make trouble. We have business to do now. What business? Ren Wuxuang was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, let go of the white-eyed wolf first. Ren Wuxuang suspiciously glanced at the man and the wolf before finally releasing his evil claws. Qin Feiyang said, Sister, send a message to your grandfather right now. What are you trying to do? Ren Wuxuang frowned. The Wolf King impatiently waved its paw and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and send the message. Say it again. Ren Wuxuang immediately scowled. Wolf King shrunk his neck and coldly snorted, This matter is related to you. If you don't do it, you'll definitely regret it. Ren Wuxuang raised his eyebrows and activated the image crystal. A short while later, an ancient figure appeared out of nowhere. The mansion master teased, Girl, what kind of wind is blowing today? You actually took the initiative to look for this old man? Ren Wuxuang said, It's not me who's looking for you, it's Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf. Qin Feiyang took Wolf King and walked to Ren Wuxuang's side. Seeing the man and the wolf, the mansion master's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked in surprise, Is it done? Of course. Wolf King chuckled. Good. You're in the inner hall, right? This old man will go find you right away. The mansion master was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Old master, don't worry. There's one more thing that I need you to do. Say it quickly. The mansion master was a little impatient. Qin Feiyang said, Inform the Shen family's ancestor and the Lu family's ancestor to come together. Is this related to the Shen family? The mansion master was puzzled. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, It has a lot to do with them. Okay, this old man will call them now. After the mansion master finished speaking, the shadow quickly dissipated. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked at Wolf King and said, Go and invite Lu Xingchen and Shiming. Okay. Wolf King nodded. He opened the portal and rushed in without looking back. Ren Wuxuang asked suspiciously, Feiyang, can you tell me what you're doing? Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. They came so fast. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the stone door and muttered to himself. What's so fast? Ren Wuxuang was stunned and asked, Do you know who it is? Qin Feiyang said, If I'm not wrong, it should be Shen Mai. Huh? Ren Wuxuang became more and more puzzled and walked up to open the stone door. A black figure suddenly entered his sight. Who else could it be but Shen Mai? And he got it right. Ren Wuxuang muttered, looked at Shen Mai and said lightly, What's the matter? I want to talk to you. Shen Mai squeezed out a very reluctant smile. Then come in. Ren Wuxuang stepped aside and his field of vision suddenly widened. When she saw Qin Feiyang, Shen Mai's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise and said, Why are you here? Qin Feiyang just smiled faintly. Shen Mai frowned imperceptibly, turned to look at Ren Wuxuang, and said with a smile, Since you have guests, I'll come to you another day. Okay. Ren Wuxuang nodded. Shen Mai turned to leave. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, Senior Sister Shen Mai, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come in and have a chat. No need. Shen Mai said without turning her head. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, stood in front of Shen Mai, and said lightly, I'm afraid it's not up to you to stay. What do you mean? Shen Mai raised her eyebrows. Please. Qin Feiyang pointed to the cultivation room. Don't be too presumptuous. Shen Mai shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang said, If you're not afraid, the matter between you and Lu Xingchen will be known by everyone, you can speak louder. Shen Mai's pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Senior Sister Shen, please. Shen Mai took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, turned and walked into the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang also entered the cultivation room. But when he passed by Ren Wuxuang whispered, "Feiyang, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang just smiled mysteriously, looked at Shunmai and sighed, "Why are you so stupid?" "What?" Shunmai was puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "You're still playing dumb. Can't you see that Lu Xingchen is just using you?" Shunmai said in surprise. "You," Qin Feiyang said, "are you going to ask me how I know?" "Let me tell you, I know everything, and I also know your purpose of coming to Ren Wuxuang." "That's impossible." Shunmai shook her head with a look of disbelief. "You're really a sad woman." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. Whoosh. At this moment, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. 2 of them were the mansion master and old monster Lu. The other person was also an old man. He had white hair and a white beard, and he was also wearing a white robe. He was like an enlightened master, exuding an otherworldly aura. When Shunmai saw the 3 of them, she couldn't help but be stunned. Old monster Lu and the white-haired old man were also a little stunned when they saw Qin Feiyang and the other 2 in the cultivation room. "Greetings, mansion master." "Greetings, city lord Lu." After Shunmai came back to her senses, she hurriedly bowed. "Yes." The mansion master nodded and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang, as if asking why Shunmai was also here. Qin Feiyang cast a reassuring look and said with a smile, "Now, let's wait for the main character to appear." A cold light flashed in old monster Lu's eyes. He turned to look at the mansion master and frowned. "My lord, did you call me and old Shun here just to see him behave atrociously here?" "Old monster Lu, why are you in such a hurry? Did you do something wrong? Are you afraid?" Qin Feiyang teased. "What a joke. This old man is upright and upright. What's there to be afraid of?" Old monster Lu sneered. "Since you're not afraid, don't be anxious." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at the white-haired old man. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, you should be Shunmai's grandfather, the city lord of West City." The white-haired old man nodded and said with a smile, "Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Little brother, you are indeed impressive, a dragon among men." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Senior, you flatter me. I took the liberty to invite you here, please forgive me." Old monster Lu and the white-haired old man were stunned and looked at the mansion master in confusion. "That's right. Qin Feiyang asked you to come." The mansion master nodded. Old monster Lu's eyes suddenly flickered. The white-haired old man's eyes were also full of doubts. At the same time, a trace of panic crept into Shunmai's eyes. She walked to Qin Feiyang and whispered, "Qin Feiyang, I beg you, don't tell the mansion master and the others about this." "Why? Is it for yourself or Lu Xingchen?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Shunmai wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Don't continue to be stupid, it won't do you any good." How powerful were the mansion master and the other 2? Even though the 2 of them were very quiet, they were still heard by them. The white-haired old man looked at Shunmai and frowned. "Girl, what's going on?" Shunmai panicked and said, "Grandfather, At this time, Wolf King's shout sounded from outside. "The protagonist has arrived. Everyone, hurry up and welcome him." Before his voice faded, Shi Ming and Lu Xingchen appeared at the door of the cultivation room. "Why are there so many people?" Seeing the mansion master and Qin Feiyang in the cultivation room, the 2 of them were shocked. At the same time, when old monster Lu saw the 2 of them, an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go in." Wolf King also walked over and shouted. Lu Xingchen and old monster Lu looked at each other and hurriedly walked into the cultivation room. They bowed and said, "Greetings, mansion master, greetings, city lord Shen." The mansion master nodded indifferently. Qin Feiyang shouted, "White-eyed wolf, close the door." "All right." Wolf King waved his claws, and the stone door closed with a bang. The sound of the stone door closing caused Lu Xingchen's body to tremble as he hurriedly looked at Shunmai. However, Shunmai lowered her head and did not look at him. "Did she betray me?" Lu Xingchen was bewildered. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "Since everyone is here, let's settle the first matter." He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "What you asked Shen Mai to do before, did you say it yourself, or do you want me to say it for you?" "Sure enough, she betrayed me." Lu Xingchen's mind trembled as he stared at Shen Mai and roared, "You bitch, I shouldn't have believed you." "What?" Apart from Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King, everyone had a stupefied expression. Shen Mai came back to her senses and looked up at Lu Xingchen. She said angrily, "What do you mean?" Lu Xingchen said ferociously, "I trusted you so much, but you still betrayed me. Let me tell you, if I don't have a good life, you won't either." "You actually think that I betrayed you?" Shen Mai looked at him in disbelief. "If you didn't say it, how would Qin Feiyang know?" Lu Xingchen roared. Shen Mai suddenly felt wronged and shed tears. "Now do you see his true colors? From the beginning to the end, he was using you. Those sweet words he said to you before were purely to deceive you." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I was blind." Chapter 442. Ren Wushuang supported Shen Mai and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. She frowned and asked, "What exactly is going on? Miss Ren, do you know why Shen Mai came to find you? She listened to Lu Xingchen's slanderous words and wanted to force you to take the aphrodisiac pill." Wolf King said. "What?" Ren Wushuang's delicate body trembled. The mansion master and the white-haired old man also suddenly changed. Old Monster Lu and Shi Ming looked at Lu Xingchen at the same time. "Bastard! You can't even handle such a small matter. What are you doing?" Old Monster Lu shouted through voice transmission. Lu Xingchen's body trembled as he looked at Old Monster Lu for help. "Trash!" Old Monster Lu cursed in his heart. His eyes flashed slightly as he sent a voice transmission to Lu Xingchen. "Did Qin Feiyang see it with your own eyes?" Lu Xingchen shook his head slightly. "That's easy. Push all the blame to Shen Mai." Old Monster Lu secretly instructed. Following that, he aggressively walked towards Lu Xingchen. As he approached, he immediately slapped Lu Xingchen's face and shouted, "How dare you do such a thing? How dare you?" Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were stunned. The mansion master and the others also looked at Old Monster Lu and Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen said with a plop, "Ancestor, this matter is not my fault." Still quibbling. Old Monster Lu was furious and raised his hand to slap him again. Bang! Lu Xingchen was sent flying on the spot and crashed into the wall behind him. Blood spurted out of his mouth continuously. Bang bang bang! Old Monster Lu angrily walked over and punched and kicked Lu Xingchen. "Ah!" Lu Xingchen howled miserably. "Are they acting?" Wolf King transmitted his voice. "If it's not acting, then what is it?" Qin Feiyang sneered. It must have been hard on Lu Xingchen to act so realistically. Wolf King looked at Lu Xingchen sympathetically. "Who would believe it if it wasn't more realistic? If I'm not wrong, Lu Xingchen will definitely push the blame onto Shen Mai." Qin Feiyang thought. Wolf King said, "Then we might as well take out the evidence and make him speechless. There's no rush. Let them quibble first. The more they quibble, the angrier Manor Head and Old Monster Shen will be when the truth is revealed. This time, I'm going to wipe out the Lu clan." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. "All right, let's watch the show first." Wolf King chuckled. Watching Lu Xingchen get beaten up was also a form of enjoyment. A moment later, Old Monster Lu seemed to be tired and finally stopped. Then he looked at Lu Xingchen. He was paralyzed on the ground, his nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen, blood was flowing, and his face was full of pain. "Get up immediately and tell the Manor Head the ins and outs of this matter in detail. If you hide anything or lie, I'll kill you on the spot." Old Monster Lu retreated to the Manor Head's side and shouted at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen shuddered and got up in a sorry state. He knelt on the ground and said, "Manor Head, Shen Mai is the mastermind of this matter." "What did you say?" Shen Mai's eyes widened in anger. "Isn't it? You're jealous of Ren Wushuang's talent, jealous of her talent, so you asked me to cooperate with you to murder her. As long as she loses her innocence, she won't have the face to see anyone in the future, and no one will compete with you for fame and fortune. Shen Mai, you really have a vicious heart. You're obviously the mastermind, but now you're actually beating me up and framing me. Where's your conscience? Lu Xingchen let out a hysterical roar. Then, he rolled and crawled in front of the manor head and said, Grandpa Ren, please believe me. I was only bewitched by her for a moment. I know I was wrong. I will definitely change. I'm the mastermind. I framed you. Shun Mai looked at Lu Xingchen with a dull expression. She had never thought that the man she had always liked was actually such a trash. The manor head frowned and glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eyes. Seeing Qin Feiyang's unperturbed appearance, it was as if he had eaten a calming pill. Then, the manor head lowered his head to look at Lu Xingchen and asked, This old man will give you another chance. Is the truth really as you said? Yes. Lu Xingchen nodded. Old Monster Lu, who was beside him, said angrily, Even if you were bewitched by her, you still deserve to be punished. Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, Ancestor, I was wrong. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Humph. Old Monster Lu snorted coldly, turned to look at Old Monster Shen, and sighed, Old Shen, you're so virtuous. How did you teach such a granddaughter? Old Monster Shen's face darkened, and he went up to slap Shen Mai. But a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist. Everyone present looked at the hand. The owner of the hand was Qin Feiyang. Shi Ming said angrily, Qin Feiyang, City Lord Shen is teaching his granddaughter a lesson. Why are you stopping him? Aren't you being too nosy? You'd better shut up. Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly, then looked at Old Monster Shen and said with a smile, You can't slap her. Why? Old Monster Shen frowned. Because she's already very hurt. If you slap her again, I'm afraid she'll do something stupid. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, a trace of suspicion crept into Old Monster Shen's eyes. Why did Qin Feiyang's tone sound as if there was something fishy about this? He looked at Shun Mai and saw that Shun Mai's face was filled with sadness and pain. At that moment, he realized that he might have really wronged this granddaughter. He put down his arm and looked at Qin Feiyang again with a trace of help in his eyes. From the beginning until now, this man had been calm and unruffled. He should have some evidence in his hands. Qin Feiyang smiled at Old Monster Shen, looked at Old Monster Lu and Lu Xingchen, and said, Are you done acting? If not, then continue acting. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Monster Lu shouted. Grandpa Ren, you watched me grow up. You know what kind of person I am. I would never dare to lie in front of you. This Qin Feiyang has always disliked me. That's why he's speaking up for Shun Mai now. They might even be in cahoots to frame me and get rid of me. Grandpa Ren, please investigate. Lu Xingchen also said. But whether it was Lu Xingchen or Old Monster Lu, they all began to feel nervous. Because Qin Feiyang was too calm. Wonderful, wonderful. You guys wait a moment. I'll get a small stool and a jar of good wine. I'll watch your performance slowly. After Wolf King finished speaking, he turned to Ren Wuxuang and said, Miss Ren, do you have a stool and wine? No. Ren Wuxuang glared at him. At this time, he was still in the mood to mess around. He really deserved a beating. I have it here. Old Monster Shen waved his hand, and a chair and a jar of aged wine appeared in front of Wolf King out of thin air. Thank you. Wolf King's eyes lit up. He tore open the seal on the wine jar, and a strong aroma of wine immediately wafted out. Just by smelling the aroma of the wine, he felt like he was floating in the air. Immediately, Wolf King's eyes lit up, and his body became 1 meter long. He hugged the wine jar and lay down on the chair. It's soft in the mouth and fragrant in the mouth. Good wine, it's really good wine. He raised his head and took a sip. He couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he looked at Lu Xingchen and Old Monster Lu and said, You can continue acting. Mansion Master, he's too presumptuous. And Old Shen, what do you mean by this? If he wants wine, you give it to him. If he wants your life, are you going to give it to him? Old Monster Lu was so angry that he went crazy. The Mansion Master didn't say anything. Old Monster Shen glanced at Old Monster Lu and said, If you can return my granddaughter's innocence, I'm willing to give up my life. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. It seemed that Old Monster Shen loved Shen Mai very much. Old Monster Lu frowned and said angrily, Do you mean that Lu Xingchen is lying? Old Monster Shen said indifferently, I don't know if he's lying or not, but I know that we can't listen to a person's one-sided words. Old Monster Lu said, okay, now show me the evidence to prove that Lu Xingchen is lying to everyone. Wolf King said through voice transmission, Little Qin Zi, it's time to show the evidence, isn't it? It's time. Qin Feiyang nodded, glanced at the crowd, and said, Mansion Master, Old Senior Shen, in fact, the mastermind behind this matter is Old Monster Lu. What? The two of them trembled and looked at Old Monster Lu gloomily. Damn it. Does he really have evidence in his hands? Old Monster Lu was shocked and sent a voice transmission to Lu Xingchen. Did Qin Feiyang see it with his own eyes? According to Qin Feiyang's previous methods, if he saw it with his own eyes, he would definitely record it with an image crystal. Lu Xingchen shook his head without a trace, his eyes firm. It seems that this little bastard is bluffing us and making us give ourselves away. Old Monster Lu thought to himself, and a sneer appeared in his old eyes. Swish. He suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Since you said that I'm the mastermind behind this, show me the evidence. If you can, I'll give you my old life. But if you can't, you and Ruffian Wolf will kill yourselves on the spot. Do you dare? Old Monster Lu shouted. That's what you said. Qin Feiyang smiled. Wolf King also smiled. The next moment, Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal and poured his battle qi into it. An image quickly appeared. In the image, Shi Ming and Lu Xingchen stood at the top of the mountain, and their conversation echoed in the cultivation room. How is this possible? This can't be real. As soon as Lu Xingchen saw the image, he shook his head frantically, his face full of disbelief. Shi Ming and Old Monster Lu also widened their eyes in anger. Swish. Old Monster Lu suddenly exploded and threw a punch at the image crystal. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure emerged and enveloped the entire room. Old Monster Lu, Lu Xingchen, and Shi Ming were all imprisoned. Let's talk after watching it. The mansion master glanced at Old Monster Lu, then raised his head to continue watching the image. Old Monster Lu's heart sank to the bottom. He glared angrily at Lu Xingchen and roared through sound transmission, You useless piece of trash, I'll kill you later. Lu Xingchen's eyes suddenly filled with deep despair. Suddenly, he stared at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, his eyes full of resentment. Why was it always these two bastards who ruined his good deeds? He was unwilling. He was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Feiyang and Wolf King to pieces. Chapter 443. A bone-piercing murderous intent filled the entire cultivation room. The images in the void kept flashing. The conversation fell clearly into everyone's ears. When he saw Shi Ming give the aphrodisiac pill to Lu Xingchen, the mansion master's eyes darkened. When he saw Lu Xingchen deceiving Shen Mai with sweet words to murder Ren Wushuang, old Weirdo Shen's face also turned cold. When the images ended, the mansion master and old Weirdo Shen's eyes were filled with a shocking murderous intent. The Lu family is really vicious. Ren Wushuang glanced at Lu Xingchen and the other two, his face as cold as ice. Lu Xingchen's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, Wushuang, shut up, don't talk to me again. Ren Wushuang shouted coldly and looked at Lu Xingchen with disgust. He then lowered his head to look at Shen Mai and sighed. Didn't I tell you not to provoke him? Why didn't you listen? Wushuang, I'm sorry. Shen Mai threw herself into Ren Wushuang's arms and cried bitterly. Her face was pale, and her delicate body was trembling. Sigh. Ren Wushuang sighed deeply and patted her shoulder, comforting her. It's okay, it's all over. I won't blame you. Looking at Shen Mai's sad appearance, old Weirdo Shen's anger was uncontrollable. What else do you have to say? I really didn't expect you to be so despicable to do such a terrible thing. He suddenly turned his head and roared at old Weirdo Lu. The most infuriating thing was, the dignified East City governor dared not to admit what he did and pushed all the blame to his granddaughter. If Qin Feiyang did not have evidence, his granddaughter would not be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Old Weirdo Lu's body trembled. He hurriedly looked at the mansion master and begged, Sir, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life for the sake of all the years I've served you. However, The manor head ignored him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, I have a question. Why is Shi Ming helping the Lu clan? Qin Feiyang said, because he's not Shi Ming at all. Wolf King nodded and said, yes, according to my brother and little Qin Zi's investigation, he should be the third elder of the Lu family in disguise. What? Everyone present trembled both physically and mentally, but there was a difference. Mansion Master, old eccentric Shin, Ren Wushuang, and Shin Mai were all shocked. But old monster Lu Xingchen, and Shi Ming were terrified. Old weirdo Shin stepped forward and grabbed Shi Ming's chin. He took out a facial restoration pill and stuffed it into Shi Ming's mouth. Immediately, Shi Ming's appearance began to change. Soon, a black-haired old man appeared in front of everyone. It really is you. How dare you impersonate the law-enforcing elder of the Divine Temple? Your Lu clan is really bold. Old monster Shin shouted angrily. Man ahead, spare my life. Old monster Lu and the other two were terrified. Their hatred for Qin Feiyang and Wolf King had undoubtedly risen to another level. Spare your life. After making such a big mistake, if this old man still spares you, what will the world think of this old man? The mansion master said angrily. Old monster Lu begged, this subordinate will definitely change in the future. The mansion master let out a long breath and asked, where is the real Shi Ming? What is your purpose for making the third elder look like Shi Ming? Old monster Lu stammered. The mansion master looked at Qin Feiyang again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, let him tell you this himself. Actually, he didn't know either. But as long as he pretended to know, old monster Lu would definitely confess without being pressed. The mansion master looked at old monster Lu and shouted, speak quickly. Shi Ming is already dead. I asked the third elder to disguise himself as him and sneak into the Divine Temple to. Old monster Lu said this and did not continue, his face full of fear. Qin Feiyang was deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Old monster Lu, if you don't want to say it, I'll help you. You just want to plant a spy in the Divine Temple to take care of your Lu family's disciples and eliminate your dissidents at the same time. The most important point is to disguise yourself as Shi Ming and have the chance to become the martial arts hall master in the future. At that time, the entire Divine Temple can be said to be under the control of your Lu family. Am I wrong? Qin Feiyang said. Shut up. Old monster Lu roared. Looks like I guessed right. Qin Feiyang laughed. Guess. Old monster Lu was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, that's right, I didn't investigate these things at all, but it's not difficult to guess. Bastard, you lied to me. Old monster Lu was furious. Wolf King said disdainfully, so what if I lied to you? I finally know why Lu Xingchen and the Lu family are so stupid. It turns out that it's all hereditary. Bastard, you deserve to die. Old monster Lu roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang, but he was restrained by the mansion master's pressure and could not move at all. The one who deserves to die is you. The mansion master's cold voice sounded. He waved his hand, and a wave of battle chi appeared and entered old monster Lu's lower abdomen at lightning speed. Blood spurted out. Old monster Lu immediately lay on the ground, holding his lower abdomen with both hands and howling in pain. Crippled. Lu Xingchen and the three elders were dumbfounded. Grandpa Ren, I was wrong, please don't kill me, mansion master, please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. In the future, we will be honest people. After regaining their senses, the two immediately begged for mercy. What you have done is intolerable, the mansion master said coldly. Two waves of battle chi cut through the sky and entered their lower abdomens. The two immediately fell to the ground and howled in pain. The mansion master looked down at Lu Xingchen and said, a person like you is not worthy of Shuang. This old man will now announce that your engagement is invalid. Ren Wushuang was delighted. However, this news was like a bolt from the blue to Lu Xingchen, and it made him sink into a sea of despair. The Wolf King let out a strange cry and jumped down from Qin Feiyang's shoulder, landing in front of Lu Xingchen. He chuckled and said, you didn't expect it, did you? You would fall into our hands so soon? You bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Lu Xingchen roared. Trying to scare me? Wolf King smiled disdainfully and looked up at the mansion master. Old man, hurry up and call a few people over. Follow me to flatten the Lu family. What? Lu Xingchen and the other two turned pale. Old Monster Lu cried out, My lord, please leave a way out for the Lu family. Old Monster Shen cupped his hands and said, My lord, the patriarch of the Lu family and the 4 elders must be involved in this matter. They must be punished severely. Old Monster Lu roared, Old Dog Shen, don't go too far. This old man is just telling the truth. Old Monster Shen sneered. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Old Senior Shen is right. The Lu family is a malignant tumor that must be removed as soon as possible. No. My lord, I beg you, don't kill them all. Eccentric Lu begged endlessly, kowtowing repeatedly. His forehead was bleeding profusely. The mansion master glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked down at Old Monster Lu and the other two, and took out an image crystal. Soon, a middle-aged man with a square face and an eye patch appeared. It was Wang Hong. When he saw the situation in the cultivation room, a trace of bewilderment appeared in Wang Hong's eyes. He bowed and said, Greetings, Lord Mansion Master. May I know what instructions do you have? Immediately gather all the commanders and head to the Lu family. Anyone above the War Emperor level, don't leave a single one alive. Eliminate them all. The rest, expel them from the state capital. At the same time, announce that Old Monster Lu is removed from his position as the East City Lord. The mansion master said. Yes. Wang Hong did not ask for the reason. He respectfully replied and turned off the image crystal. Whoosh. Immediately after, he rushed out of a hall, soared into the sky, and shouted, Commanders, gather quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, one figure after another rushed into the sky. There were a total of 9 people, old and young, male and female, and their auras were unfathomable. Like Wang Hong, they were all commanders under the mansion master. Moreover, they were directly under the jurisdiction of the mansion master. Their status in the spirit state was even higher than that of the 4 city lords. Only the mansion master had the qualifications to order them. Wang Hong, what's wrong? Look at your face, something's wrong. The 9 of them looked at Wang Hong in confusion. Wang Hong told them about the mansion master's order, and the 9 of them turned pale with fright. Wang Hong waved his hand, opened a portal, and took the lead to walk in. The other 9 looked at each other and stepped into the portal one after another. The next moment, the 10 of them descended in the sky above the Lu family. Who is it? An angry roar sounded. The Lu family patriarch rushed into the sky, but when he saw Wang Hong and the others, his expression changed drastically. What was going on? Why were the 10 commanders under the mansion master all here? Wang Hong said, Let's do it. Boom. The bodies of the 10 people trembled, and terrifying auras burst out one after another. They were all war masters, and in an instant, the entire eastern city was alarmed. The Lu family patriarch immediately became vigilant and shouted, What are you doing? Wang Hong and the others were silent, and there was no expression on their faces. It was as if 10 death gods had descended to the mortal world. Boom. Wang Hong pointed his finger, and the battle chi was like a rainbow, instantly killing the Lu family patriarch. Next, the 10 of them split up and rushed downwards. Immediately, a bloody massacre unfolded. The War Emperor experts of the Lu family were constantly being killed. Screams could be heard incessantly. Fresh blood gathered into a stream. What are you doing? The old woman in black and the others rushed out from a great hall, their hair fluttering in the wind. Die. Wang Hong raised his hand and waved it. The battle chi was like a waterfall, condensing into a giant hand that covered the sky, and fiercely slapped towards the 7 of them. Ah! Accompanied by a series of blood-curdling screams, the 7 of them turned into ashes on the spot. In the distance, one figure after another rose into the air, looking at Wang Hong and the others who were killing in all directions. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Above the treasure pavilion, Yin Yuanming and the purple-clothed woman stood side by side, their faces filled with shock. They understood the 10 commanders very well. They never made a move easily. But as long as they made a move, Something big must have happened. Whiz. The purple-clothed woman's eyes flashed. She took a few steps forward and landed in the sky above the Lu family. She frowned and said, "Wang Hong, what are you doing?" Wang Hong said, "This is Lord's order." Mansion Master. The purple-clothed woman's pupils constricted. How could this be? Why does the Mansion Master want to deal with my Lu family? The great clan elder and second clan elder ran out of a pavilion, roaring in grief. Boom. One of the commanders looked over, pointed his index finger in the air, and killed 2 people on the spot. Is this the end of our Lu family? At this moment, everyone in the Lu family was in a state of panic.